بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Your Excellencies, Dr. Karim Sughir, Chancellor of Ajman University, Cabinet members,
Deans, alumni, students, esteemed guests, I'm Abdurrahman Sheikh.
and I'm Lara Haddad. We will be your hosts for today. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to Ajman University's Make It Sustainable Forum, featuring an exciting lineup of distinguished speakers, giving insights on how to promote sustainability and climate action, strengthen synergies, and pave the road towards COP28. Now, it is my distinct privilege to welcome our esteemed Chancellor, Dr. Karim Sughir, to the stage.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you, Abdurrahman. Honored guests, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, beloved students and alumni, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Ajman University. It is a distinct delight to host the Make It Sustainable Forum under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Rashid, Nuaimi, member of the Supreme Council and ruler of Ajman, in partnership with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And together, we have the honor of walking in the footsteps of the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who founded this great nation on sustainable development and humanitarian ideals. He held these values long before they were embedded in the broader public awareness. As Sheikh Zayed said more than 3 decades ago, and I quote, "We live on this blessed land, and we are responsible for preserving our environment and wildlife, not only for ourselves, but for our children and our grandchildren. Conservation of the environment is not and must not be seen as a matter only for governments and officials. This is the responsibility for all, every member of our society." And quote. We have many people here today who are deeply committed to Sheikh Zayed's legacy of forward-thinking leadership, including our distinguished guests and keynote speakers. Her Excellency Razan Khalifa Al-Mubarak, President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28. His Excellency Engineer Isa Hashim, Assistant Undersecretary, Sustainable Community Sector and Acting Assistant Undersecretary, Green Development and Climate Change Sector, Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Engineer Muhammad Al-Hussein, Chief Sustainability Officer at DIA. Her Excellency Layla Mustafa Abdul Latif, Director General, Emirates Later WWF. We are very pleased to have everyone in this room here at Ajman University, where we make this happen. This historic institution was established as the first private university in the Gulf region in 1988. We were also the first university in the UAE to admit expatriate students. Ever since, AU has been a pioneer for inclusion and societal impact. I'll just share a few highlights of our continuous trajectory of excellence. We are listed among the top 700 institutions globally in the 2023 QS World Ranking and ranked number 27 in the Arab region. We also hold 3 places on the 2023 QS World University Rankings by subject. For art and design, we are ranked in the range of 201, 240 globally and number 2 in the UAE. For pharmacy and pharmacology, we are ranked in the 251, 300 range globally and number 2 in the UAE. For computer science and information systems, we are ranked in the range of 501, 550 globally and number 7 in the UAE. We also earned 11 international accreditations from the US, the UK, France, and Germany. Last but not least, we are ranked as the #1 institution for international students and international faculty in the Arab region. We also take preserving the world very seriously. We are committed to sustainability as an act of responsibility and innovation. We formalize these commitments through our 2020-2030 climate and sustainability strategy. We are partnered in impactful initiatives and campaigns related to climate change, environmental sustainability, food safety and security, and carbon neutrality, as well as the UN SDGs. I'll share with you a few highlights on how we are helping make green happen on our campus, in the Emirate of Ajman, in the UAE, and even beyond. We were one of the founding universities of the Nature Positive Alliance with the University of Oxford and the UN Environment Programme. We have earned membership in the United Nations Higher Education Sustainability Initiative, as well as with the United Nations Environment Programme Race to Net Zero for universities. We were part of the first UN Youth Cafe organized by the UN Regional Office in the UAE and International Humanitarian City. We frequently lead campus recycling and cleanup campaigns such as One Root, One Community Tree, Green Coal Projects, Make It Green, and Clean UAE, just to name a few. We routinely participate in climate action activities with a great societal impact, including the Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition, Emirates Recycling Awards Ceremony, and the Green Campus Initiative. However, we know that there is still much to be done. We must work together to educate ourselves and our communities about the importance of sustainability and the actions we can take together to make a lasting impact. I would like to express my deep appreciation to our government partner, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, for supporting this event, and for our silver sponsor, Sharjah National Oil Corporation. Special thanks go to Maya Haddad, the manager of our Office of Sustainability, who organized this event. Yes, please. She is the lady in green, so she is Green Maya. Thank you, Maya. I would also like to thank my colleagues, Dr. Nuaimi, Vice Chancellor for Communication and Community Affairs, Rabia Al-Khuffash, Chief Operating Officer, Shadi Abu Khalid, Director of our Office of Community Engagement, Dr. Maria Inisha Yamin, Acting Director of our Office of Strategic Communication, Marketing and Student Recruitment, Ahmed Halabi, Acting Director of our Office of Development and Alumni Affairs, Anas Duhair, Shafaq Naimi. Each of them has played an instrumental role in making this event happen. I ask my colleagues to please stand so that you can recognize and appreciate it properly. Great team and great job as always. My deep gratitude goes to all speakers from various sectors who will give invaluable insights, I'm sure, today about making sustainability happen. Now, as you participate in this forum of reflection, discovery, and hopefully action plans, I want you to know that AU is your partner in making sustainability happen today, tomorrow, and every day. Together, and only together, we can protect our environment and communities from the impact of climate change. Together, and again, only together, we can foster an ecosystem where all living things grow in peace and prosperity. And together, we can forge the future that Sheikh Zayed envisioned for everyone and for this great nation. Thank you again for joining us. Welcome to Ajman University. I wish you a productive event and a wonderful time here at Ajman University. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karim, for your inspiring address. Now, join me in welcoming our distinguished first keynote speaker, Her Excellency Razan Khalifa Al Mubarak, High-Level Climate Action Champion, UNFCCC's COP28.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning. This is a significant year for all of us. 2023 is the year where the United Arab Emirates will host the COP28. But it's not going to be like any other COP. It's already been highlighted that this is probably going to be one of the largest COPs in terms of participation since the establishment of the Paris Agreement. And I can tell you, as part of the COP28 leadership team, we take this responsibility with great humility. But we also recognize the enormity of the task at hand. We know and we want to ensure that we continue to build on the progress, on the learnings and the opportunities of past COPs. But we also know that we want to do things differently. We want to set the direction. We want to set the tone to a world that comes together, to a world that essentially looks at the values of the UAE and gets inspired. And what are those values? Those are the values we have in this room today. It's radical collaboration across sectors and across disciplines. It's unrelenting optimism and hope for the future. It's a great innate belief in the saying of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid that nothing is impossible. But it's also in the belief of our future generations and the belief in our youth. And at COP28, we aspire and want to ensure that youth play a front and central role in the organization and the types of ideas and the engagement at COP28. And with that, I am extremely proud that the UAE already has transformed the process. We are putting together a dossier to ensure that a youth climate champion is institutionalized, so not just for the UAE, but for future COPs. This is a COP where we want to make sure that we all have a seat on the table and that no one is left behind. But this is also a year where in the UAE, we have to demonstrate domestic action. And I am very glad to be preceded by my brother Isa al-Hashimi, who I'm sure will talk to you about that. We as a community, whether it's government, academia, private sector, citizens, need to think about, but not just think towards the notion of action, of how will we respond to the President's plea that was said more than 10 years ago, which was, how will we celebrate the last barrel of oil? I don't know if my brothers and sisters in this room remember this statement, but it was done at the World Government Summit. And many of us at the time were perplexed. Should we be celebrating the last barrel of oil? Or should we be lamenting or feeling sad that our source of greatest income is under threat? But therein lies the opportunity. It was never seen as a threat. It was seen as an opportunity for economic diversification. It was seen as an opportunity for research, for participation, for the engagement of youth. And the point that I'd like to say here is many of us perhaps think of climate change as an energy crisis and a means to diversify our way of extracting energy. And yes, this is the bulk of the challenge, but it's not the only one. Because when you diversify your energy source, you also diversify your various economic sectors, be it transport, be it pharmaceuticals, be it plastics, be it manufacturing. And this multidisciplinary approach is what we want to bring into the COP. But again, talk is not enough. Action is what is required. And for action to happen, whether it's now or in the future, we need the skill set. And this is where institutions like Ajman University and others are critical in ensuring that our youth are armed with the necessary competencies for what the future economy holds. But ladies and gentlemen, if you look at history, any economic transition or evolution has to be underpinned by a socio-cultural transition, because ultimately we're people. Jobs are not just employment, they're livelihood, they're a mindset, and we need to prepare ourselves for the jobs of the future. And this transition is going to have to be led by youth. But there were interesting figures in terms of youth's perception of climate change in the Middle East and North Africa region. From a mindset perspective, and this is where I go back to what I was trying to say, we can talk about technology, we can talk about research, but if the mindset and the belief is not there, it'll be very difficult for us to transition. So what is the mindset? According to the YouthGov survey, in 2008, only 11% of our collective youth believed that climate change or environment is indeed a challenge. But the trend is changing. Thanks to the actions of universities, of governments, of civil society. I know my colleague Layla Abdelatif is somewhere here, but I can't find her. The awareness is growing. And in 2022, from 11%, 56% of youth today believe that climate change and environment are a challenge. But I want to add on that, are a challenge but an opportunity that they want to get engaged in. And so we'd like to capitalize on that. Now let's look at climate change from a global perspective. This is also a decisive year for climate change globally. If we are to keep, so as you all know, in the Paris Agreement,
countries around the world, including the UAE, which was the first in the region to sign up to the Paris Agreement, agreed that we would reduce our emissions to meet a 1.5 degree world, which is already a challenging world, and I'll get back to that. So this is the year that we must keep this agreement alive, the agreement to get to 1.5. Why? To avoid really the most painful and costly impacts of climate change. And to be able, the only way we can meet the 1.5 is to reduce our emissions. And the reason 2023 is a decisive year is that by 2030, so in 7 years from today, we need to globally halve our emissions. This is also a decisive year because at COP28, we as a nation, as a collective nations, are going to have to deliver on something called the global stocktake. What is the global stocktake? It's essentially an audit of all the countries' actions around the world to curb greenhouse gas emissions. So it's going to tell us where we are from that 1.5 degree target. The result is going to be no surprise to any of us in this room. We are far, far from it. But again, the UAE wants to use that as an opportunity to challenge all of us to get closer and to ensure that we speed up our actions towards the Paris Agreement. I'll be very honest. What has been my personal journey within the climate change agenda? That it was over-complicated and too politicized. And the assumption is that climate change will be addressed and solved by national governments all over the world. And what I've come today is a realization that climate change is a whole-of-world crisis, and as such will require a whole-of-society approach. And this is why, in the Paris Agreement, they established this role that I'm so privileged to hold. The role is called the high-level champion for the COPs. Because there was a realization that alongside government action, we need to galvanize non-state actors. And we are, ladies and gentlemen, the non-state actors. It's the universities, it's cities, it's the private sector, it's NGOs, it's indigenous peoples around the world, it's youth, it's women. And so I take this opportunity, Dr. Karim, with your support, is to continue to engage with this group here on how we can galvanize our collective efforts to ensure, at the very least, we support our local agenda to raise our climate action ambition. Lastly, I will close with just some key priorities that I would love your engagement on. There are 2 global campaigns. One of them is Race to Zero, of which Ajman University, I believe, is one of the only educational institutes in the UAE that has participated in this race. So I encourage you to bring academia alongside with you and inspire other academic institutions. In this campaign, we have 11,000 participants. Some are cities, some are universities, like I said, private sector, hospitals. And what you do when you're part of that race, you pledge to decarbonize your activities and ensure that your commodities that you're using aren't driving deforestation. And I'll get to the deforestation in a bit. So I invite all of those who are here, if you're interested to participate, to please connect with my office so that we can give you more information on how you can participate. The other is to recognize that absolutely climate change is quite complex, but there are some key players that will make real impact on the mitigation front. We talked about fossil fuels and where we get our energy, that is key, but two other very interesting areas. One is nature. We tend to forget that nature is a significant player in this field. Currently, today, all our emissions, so 50% of our emissions are absorbed by nature. 50%. If you can imagine, if that's gone, we'll release more and more greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. The other thing is if we want to halve our emissions, which is the goal, nature can provide up to 30% of that half. So really important to address and think about nature when we talk about our climate change action. The other really important player is how we produce our food and how we consume our food. And I know there is a great initiative at the Ministry of Environment that looks at the impact of food, but again, from a kind of future technology, future employment, the promise of agri-technology. We can't achieve all of that without financing. And I'm very proud that at your university, at Ajman University, you are engaged on how best to use Islamic financing to support those initiatives. And again, those are just a few priorities that I will be looking into, so the campaigns, nature, and financing, and I look forward to engaging with you, and if you can open the doors to others who may be interested. Thank you very much for your attention and for your kind invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarkable address. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Engineer Isa Al-Hashimi, Assistant Undersecretary, Sustainable Community Sector, Acting Assistant Undersecretary, Green Development and Climate Change Sector, Minister of Climate Change and Environment.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency Razan Khalifa Al-Mubarak, UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28, Dr. Karim Saghir, Chancellor of Ajman University, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear students of Ajman University. I thank the esteemed patronage of His Highness Sheikh Humaid bin Rashid Nuaimi, member of the Supreme Council and ruler of Ajman, to this forum. It's a powerful testament to the importance that our leadership places in the role of young people in accelerating sustainability-led development. Personally, it is very inspiring to be here in the company of some of the brightest young minds of Ajman University. I thank you for inviting me to take part in this important forum and discussion. As young people, you stand in the forefront of our nation's committed efforts to addressing climate change. Climate change is no more a myth, it's a reality. It is ranked as the highest global risk by OECD, and the failure of the collective action of the global nations and the global communities is something that we all need to address. This is a global threat and is currently seen as the highest global risk to sustainability. This is why we need the energy and the passion, the enthusiasm and the commitment of our youth, as this is our biggest asset in the fight against climate change. Across the world, we see youth joining hands and rallying actions toward protecting our earth and securing green future for generations to come. And here in the UAE, several young climate champions, including Her Excellency Sheikh COP28 Youth Champion, hold the belief that climate action is a shared responsibility of all. Recently, the nation announced its first award of the UAE Youth Climate Ambassador and Delegates Program. This aims to ensure inclusion of youth in the climate change process. This is a milestone in our nation's journey of climate action, as we most completed during this year of sustainability. The UAE is an advocate of the principle that the world can achieve climate progress only when all voices are heard, especially the voices of youth, women, and vulnerable communities. Today, the world is home of 1.8 billion young people between the ages of 10 to 24. You are part of the largest generation of youth in history. We all need to capitalize on this capacity and support the youth in order to advocate and foster climate action. You have a significant role in contributing to climate action as entrepreneurs, innovators, scientists, champions who mobilize action at the community level. In this journey, the most powerful tool is the tool of education. Your knowledge in science, technology, humanities will serve this common purpose to build and secure a sustainable future. At the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, we lead the national efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change. In this process, we have developed a whole-of-nation net zero strategy where we want to curb down our emissions by adopting a new principle, a sustainability-led and centered approach of development to enable us to develop economically and ensure environmental prosperity. The net zero strategy identifies ways where we can curb down our emission without jeopardizing our fast growth. And as we see sustainability through a wide prism, we recognize that there is a role for food security to play to safeguard our environment and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We strive to promote mangroves as nature-based sinks and nature-based solutions. We aim to mobilize the community to help us in planting 100 million additional mangroves by the year 2030. We want to focus on protecting our marine and enhancing the ocean health. The power of nature, as stated by Her Excellency Razan, cannot be neglected in this fight against climate change. In each of these areas, we must play an active role, and we must think of a solution that can address this global challenge. We cannot undermine the simple actions that could be taken by individuals, as they are still part of the solution and can contribute significantly in climate change. Simple things as a switching of power when not needed, being judicious about water use, avoiding waste, promoting recycling. Each of those small steps can make a difference. Distinguished guests, I'd like to invite your attention to some global facts and figures that demonstrates the need for urgent action. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change estimates that 3.3 to 3.6 billion people live in areas that are highly vulnerable to climate change. And by 2030, an estimated 700 million people will be at risk of displacement by drought. We are already living in a country, in a world that has about 800 million people facing undernourishment. And imagine if we don't address this problem, what will happen? Our leadership believes that as a host of COP28, we can contribute meaningfully to finding actionable solutions to the challenge that affects all of humanity. This is why we are working towards a COP of action, a COP that delivers inclusive solutions and leaves no one behind. And your voice, your commitment, and your action will make a world of difference. Together, let us foster a culture of innovation, collaboration, and determination as we strive to create a sustainable future. Thank you, and may the spirit of sustainability inspire all of us today. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Excellency, for sharing your invaluable insights. It's now time to invite Engineer Muhammad Al-Hosani, Chief Sustainability Officer, BIA. Mr. Muhammad, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I would like to start by thanking Her Excellency Razan Mubarak, Dr. Saghir, and Mr. Aisha Al-Hashmi, Engineer Aisha Al-Hashmi, for the intake and the valuable information and knowledge that they have gained today, knowing about what you guys are doing. Thank you. Your Excellency, esteemed speakers and distinguished guests, a very good morning to you all. It is an honor for me to be here today to speak on a topic that concerns each and every one of us, and which has firmly established itself on the top of our agenda when we talk about securing a better future for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability has evolved to become much more than the buzzword it was several years ago. Today, sustainability is seen as shared responsibility that unites activists, experts, policymakers, corporations, and individuals in pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. It is a source of great pride for me to say that the visionary leadership of the UAE has long identified sustainability as a key mission in our nation's growth trajectory and have already implemented several initiatives to that effect. Initiatives such as UAE Net Zero 2050 and the UAE Circular Economy Policy have been key in bringing together both the private and public sectors to tackle the challenges that stem from climate change, as well as steadily reduce their carbon footprint over the next few years. This forward-thinking vision by our leadership, combined with the dedication to create long-term positive impact, has also been a key driver in inspiring the youth of our nation to become more proactive in how they interact with the natural environment. I am thrilled to highlight the remarkable strides of the UAE that has made towards implementing sustainable practices. Today, the Emirates stands as a pioneer in sustainability and conservation practices across the region, setting the new benchmarks in the journey to become more eco-friendly and inspiring other nations to accelerate their sustainability journeys alongside our own. One of the most exciting initiatives of the UAE in this regard is the declaration of 2023 as the Year of Sustainability. Guided by the legacy of the UAE's founding president, the late His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the declaration is inspiring collective action through nationwide commitment towards sustainable practices and fostering global collaboration to address environmental challenges under the theme Today for Tomorrow. Moreover, later this year, the UAE will be hosting the 28th Conference of Parties, COP28, which will bring together policymakers, industry leaders, and academics from around the world to discuss defined solutions for several pressing environmental issues. I am sure that everyone in this room is looking forward to the event and the positive impact that it will have at the global stage. Since its establishment in 2007, BIA Group has played a key role in helping to drive sustainability efforts across the UAE. One of our biggest projects to date has been the launch of Sharjah Waste to Energy project in partnership with Mazda, which is helping to reduce the amount of non-recyclable waste that ends up in our landfill to be diverted away from our landfills, while helping the UAE accelerate its transition towards a more circular economy. Once fully operational, the plant will divert up to 300,000 tons of waste away from our landfills. As well, it will displace nearly 450,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. A key reason for the continued success of BI Group's projects over the years is due to our twin-pillared strategy of sustainability and digitalization. By integrating technologies and innovation, we are committed to create solutions that are not only sustainable, but also highly efficient, scalable, and cost-effective. With the world becoming interestingly digital, it is more important than ever for businesses to integrate sustainability practices into their very DNA and central processes. Of course, no success story would be complete without me highlighting the critical role that BIA Environment Services is playing in order to protect the natural environment. The group has undertaken several initiatives to promote conservation and raise awareness about the importance of environmental sustainability. By providing public and private sector clients with services such as sustainability consulting, air, soil, and water quality studies, waste management research, ecological surveys, environmental and safety assessments, as well as site remediation studies. The group is helping them to make informed decisions about their ecological and environmental impact. I would like to invite anyone that is interested in exploring ways in which they can reduce their impact on the environment to reach out to the BIA Environment Services and learn more about the invaluable work that they are doing. In closing, I would once again like to reiterate that BIA Group's efforts to protect the environment extend beyond its own operations, with initiatives that encourage the community to take an active role in environmental sustainability. Our efforts to protect the natural environment, to promote conservation and educate the community about the importance of sustainability is firmly rooted in our mission to make a positive impact on the world. So, let us all continue to work together and focus on creating a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Engineer Muhammad. You have left us inspired and eager to learn more about sustainability. So we will have our first panel discussion, or we will have the trophies panel discussion? Trophies? Okay. So Dr. Karim Saghir, Chancellor of Ajman University, please. And Your Excellency Razan Al-Mubarak, please as well. Mr. Khamis Al-Mazrou'i. Executive Director of Operations from SNOC. Thank you. We have as well His Excellency Engineer Isa Al-Hashimi. Welcome to stage. And we still have Mr. Khamis Al-Mazrou'i, SNOC. Thank you so much. It's now time to move to our first panel discussion, which will shed light on the role of higher education institutions in promoting UN Sustainable Development Goals. Join me in welcoming the moderator of this panel, Mr. Sheikh Awad, Associate Development Coordinator Officer and Youth Portfolio Lead, United Nations Resident Coordinator Office in the UAE. Mr. Sheikh, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for coming, and thank you for having me as well. This is my first time here in Ajman University, and so I'm very impressed by the turnout, and thank you so much for having me here. My name is Sheikh Awad. I'm from the United Arab Emirates, but I'm working for the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office, which is the coordinating office responsible for achieving the SDGs here in the United Arab Emirates in cooperation with the United Arab Emirates government. So we coordinate all the different agencies here in the UAE, whether they are the UN Environment Program or UNESCO or UNFCCC. We coordinate between all of them in order to achieve the SDGs too in the UAE. I won't take much of your time. I know we have the panel right after this, so I'm just going to go through a few slides just to understand what are the SDGs quickly. So in 2015, world governments and delegates got together at the ECOSOC chamber and decided that they want to accept a number of targets that help achieve sustainable development around the world. And these sustainable development goals are basically an update of what happened before that with the Millennium Development Goals. Delegates came and they voted on these sustainable development goals at the ECOSOC chamber, and it was passed without any reservations. So basically all governments agreed that these were acceptable goals. The targets being for 2030. So starting in 2015 and reaching the goals in 2030. Today we are almost halfway, and if you want to know on the progress, you can look it up actually on the ECOSOC chamber website. So these are the 17 goals. You're probably very familiar with them. You see them everywhere. You see the colors. It's very nice. It's a very nice PR program. But they are actually very important for development. And each of these individual goals target a specific area, but also they have individual targets within those goals. So when we say that we want to achieve good health and well-being, we're not just talking about, okay, in general. No. There are specific targets within these goals that are measurable and understandable. When we see Agenda 2030 mentioned anywhere, or if we see Sustainable Development Goals, or we see the Global Goals for Sustainable Development, they're talking about the same thing. But what makes the Global Goals a unique agenda? It is unique because it is a blueprint, and it is a universal agenda where it is inclusive and no one is left behind. It is fully integrated and no goal can be achieved on its own. So when we look at these goals, and we look at, for example, quality education and good health and well-being as an example. You can't achieve good health if you don't educate people to be healthy. At the same time, you can't be healthy if you don't incorporate health into the quality of education. As well as, for example, you can't focus on climate change if you're not focusing on life over land or life over water, or if you're not educating people in order to achieve sustainable climate. So all of these goals have to be targeted together. And some people, some countries will be able to achieve others better than better than others, but they are again targets. So we have 17 goals, 169 targets for all of these goals, and 232 indicators. Each indicator is measurable, and they have been agreed upon by world governments. One thing to mention is that sometimes we mention that the Sustainable Development Goals are actually UN Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, it shouldn't be called UN because it's not necessarily a UN responsibility. We came together in the UN and we agreed on these goals, but it is up to ourselves, governments, our individuals. We are responsible for achieving these goals. How do we raise awareness, but also create ownership? We have to embed these SDGs within our hearts, within ourselves. A quote from Antonio Guterres: "I wouldn't be in the UN if I didn't bring a quote from our big boss." So we must rise higher to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals and stay true to our promise of a world of peace, dignity, and prosperity on a healthy planet. I won't go through these because this is a bit too technical, but I will mention this because this is And one of them is actually Target 4.7, which is to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable living and sustainable environment. You notice on the other side of the screen is that we don't have global data or data in order to understand the global trends around this particular target. So it's difficult to understand whether universities and education systems are actually reporting on it, even if they are actually working on it, and whether it is something that's important to these entities and institutions. Quality education, includes all, whether it's higher education institutions or primary education. And with that, we come to our topic, which is on the importance of the SDGs, or the importance of higher education institutions in incorporating sustainable living and the SDGs in their environment. These are my contact details if you need anything from our office. Again, we are the resident coordinator office. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce our our panelists. And I will introduce them all before I ask them to come up. So, to begin with, we have Dr. Ajaj, who is the Assistant Professor of Environment, Health and Safety at Abu Dhabi University and UAE Chapter Leader for Women in Renewable Energy. She serves as a cluster leader for climate change and public health at the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Dr. Amal Hussein is a senior lecturer in the School of Art and Design at De Montfort University. Dr. Amal is the Institute Head of Research Students for Institute Architecture, where she leads on PhD supervision. And her main area of research is building the business case for sustainability within built environments. We have Mr. Samis Zagor, who is the Executive Director of Operations at the Sharjah National Oil Company. Since 2015, with over a decade of experience in the oil and gas industry, and he holds a master's degree in executive management, business administration, as a graduate of the Sharjah Leadership Program in 2017. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Humaid, who is currently serving as the Dean of the College of Business Administration at the University of Sharjah. With a PhD in social policy and administration, she has been championing the UN Global Compact Network for Lebanon and working with leading firms for the private sector to advance sustainable development goals and the UN 2030 agenda. She has worked on various projects for the UN and World Bank, and she is the author of 7 books and over 100 high-level international publications. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening, and please welcome the panelists.
incorporate the sustainability in the curriculum of the institutions. So this incorporation could by adding like the existing courses that is already exist, but choose specific topics that we need to integrate it in the courses that we're already teaching in our programs, and we integrate the topics in the courses. Another option is to make specific courses that are about sustainability, environmental issues, and integrated in the curriculum of the programs. Beside the courses, we need also to support that by having a solid research system. The research topic also need to be integrated with the needs of going toward more sustainable work. So we need to support these topics in the research. And research nowadays will not work without an effective innovation with it. So now in most of the universities here in the UAE, we have now innovation offices in the university itself. So there should be some collaboration between the college and also the innovation offices in the institution to see how they can integrate the ideas of the youth. Now the youth have a lot of, as Her Excellency said, that now the percentage of the youth and students interested in sustainability is increasing. So for example, at Abu Dhabi University, we recently did a hackathon, AI and sustainability, and I was one of the member of the jury. I was impressed with the ideas of the students, and the innovation office was so happy to integrate all the ideas that they have proposed. So innovation and research would be very helpful. Besides that, we need to integrate sustainability also in the campus activity. So we need to try to raise awareness on how to reduce the energy consumption, how to integrate green products and activities in the campus. I think to this partnership, academic institutions in the country should collaborate with the NGOs, government, businesses in order to integrate sustainability. So this is, in short, what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. I appreciate that you mentioned research, developing research strategies within the universities. I will ask Dr. Ajman about developing SDG strategies, but before that, I will go to Ms. Dima, Dr. Dima. And I want to understand, are SDGs taught in Sharjah, the University of Sharjah? And if yes, how are they included in the curriculum? And if not, how can they be incorporated?
To all of you, and it's a great pleasure to be with you here this morning at Ajman University. Thank you for the great introduction. Currently, I think sustainability is priority for a lot of universities in the UAE, and certainly for University of Sharjah, that has made it an umbrella concern for all the colleges of the university. Speaking of the College of Business, being currently the Dean of the College of Business, I think it's a missed opportunity to graduate students that do not have real understanding and exposure to sustainability, because these are the architects of tomorrow, these are the champions of change, and we have a responsibility to expose them, to educate them, to prepare them for taking the lead on topics relating to sustainable development and sustainable innovations. At our college, we had a major strategic repositioning starting in 2020, where we made sustainability as part of the mission statement of the college. So sustainability and innovation are the two cross-cutting themes for the entire college, and they run across every program and every offering. So thinking about sustainability, it is a very holistic topic, and it needs to be interdisciplinary, approached from an interdisciplinary perspective. One thing we should know that it is not the ownership of any particular we have sustainability as part of marketing, accounting, finance, human resources management. So we have a sustainability component that is integrated in each, and also integrated in our MBA program, EMBA program, and DBA program. So more importantly, I would say when teaching sustainability is the practice component. I'm somebody who is a scholar, very highly published and cited internationally, but I do believe in practice and in bringing experts from industry to complement what we do and to give a real flavor of how to put sustainability in action. This is a topic that needs hands-on, and this is why every year at our university, at our college specifically, we organize the Youth Sustainability Competition in collaboration with BIA, in fact, every year. And we organize also a yearly Sustainable Development Forum where the youth winners from the Youth Sustainability Competition present their ideas at the international forum. And we bring expert speakers from industry on a regular basis, because you don't want to graduate students with only theoretical knowledge. You want students to be able to understand how to do an environmental impact assessment, how to actually reduce their ecological footprint, what is a turbine, so how to do a policy analysis, some kind of policy analysis relating to sustainability. So the skills that you need are very practical in nature as well. So to answer in short, in summary, I think that sustainability should be core to every program, and it's core to all higher education institutions should embrace sustainability as a core mandate for the future. And I salute Ajman University today for their effort with this forum, because it is definitely, we need more of these forums in order to promote sustainability and to be leading in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that the university is taking a more holistic approach to different areas when trying to incorporate sustainability and SDGs in the minds of students. When it comes to research, Dr. Ahmed, what are some ways, or how can we develop SDG-focused research strategies within those universities in general? If you can give us an idea of how we can develop those research strategies.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It seems, Mr. Saif, that your mic is not very clear to me. When the other speakers were talking, I can clearly hear them. So I think the type of microphone maybe is affecting the quality.
Dr. Ahmed, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
I just grabbed the handheld mic. My question was about how we can develop SDG-focused research strategies, because it's also very important that we develop research in this field, especially that universities are at the forefront of research in the country.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm really delighted to be here. And I think I just would like to thank the inviters who invited me for this forum, Mr. Tahir Al-Danaf and Maya Haddad for the invitation. And I really hope this kind of like a really start of collaboration and continuous conversation about the role of higher education in relation to sustainable development goals. Coming to your question about how we can develop those SDG-focused research strategies, I think the starting point is really going back to the core of the SDGs. The core of them, they are almost like a global agenda for humanities. And the second thing, which I think the speakers have already talked about, that idea of the integration between the sustainable development goals. I think with research strategies, we definitely need to have that focus and theory development and knowledge development in terms of how the complexity, when we deal with all those sustainable development goals in an integrated matter, in research focus, I believe we definitely need to move away from focusing on maybe one or two or three selected SDGs and try to work around them. But we definitely need to look into that kind of like knowledge-based, theory-based, how we can tackle integrated things, maybe something that come into my mind, which is about the system thinking theories and so on and so forth. So I think our research agenda, we need to kind of address that idea of complexity and how those interrelated goals can be maybe achieved, or even how we can make the understanding of them easier, because I think that's our role as educator in general. We try to break down the knowledge, we try to make it accessible, and hopefully that would lead to some actions.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I'll move on now to Mr. Khamis al-Mazroui. And my question for him is, how can higher education institutions better prepare graduates to become responsible leaders in their respective fields and contribute to achieving the SDGs in your industry? We know that for students in every university, they're very much paying attention to where they can land jobs and where they can be effective in the spaces, even in the oil and gas industry. So how can these institutions better prepare graduates?
In terms of what we are looking for from the students of the employees basically, who are the future basically employees for us, are the main stakeholders basically, or one of the main stakeholders in our organization. So we can have resources, we can have vision, but without it, it cannot be implemented. So we want the sustainability agenda to be limited with their agenda in such a way will be pushing for us to run our operations or our vision in a sustainable way. So even if we don't have it, the students will be the driver to have us or to have the sustainability agenda. This education institution are well established, or even the programs in something for the last 200 years or 300 years. Don't really say about fluid dynamic or equation on that program. So it has been repeatedly basically taught in a certain way. Now, what is different? We need this sustainability agenda to be embedded in each curriculum, like say, in such a way. What is the component of sustainability on this? So if the student in each term
before, sustainability does not belong to any specific college. We need the humanities, we need social sciences, we need arts and design, we need engineering, we need business, and each of them has an important input to a holistic understanding and applicability of sustainability. So this interdisciplinary spirit also needs to be there. And in many universities we see that some colleges, they want to operate in silo or claim ownership, or sustainability belongs in business, no, it belongs in engineering. It is very interdisciplinary, and the more we are able to embrace and appreciate this interdisciplinarity, the more we would be true to the spirit of sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. We looked at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I know them inside out, by heart. Sometimes I dream about them at night. I'm so passionate about sustainability. But so if you look at the 17 SDGs, you have at the top you have the social SDGs. You have alleviating poverty, hunger, health and well-being, improving education, quality education. You have gender equality. Then you have the economic SDGs revolving around decent work, economic growth, sustainable consumption and production, innovation and infrastructure. And then you have the environmental SDGs revolving around energy efficiency and how to protect the planet, life on land and below water, and climate action. These are the SDGs. 3 bottom lines: social, economic, and environmental. So how can this very comprehensive agenda with 3 complementary dimensions be tackled by one college or be claimed by one college? So interdisciplinarity is really key, and it's something that should be encouraged in every institution. And the third challenge that I also mentioned earlier is to make it practical. We need to, there is the theory part, but it's not enough. And I think that our challenge is to abandon textbooks, abandon the textbook, bring in actual guest speakers, industry experts, practitioners, to give a practitioner flavor, to do projects and team-based learning, and to encourage students to go to industry, to go to companies, to go to BIA, to go to Shaloub Group, the champions of sustainability in this country, to learn from practice, because this is how they will really come to appreciate and to love and to be able to make a difference. I will close by saying that there is appetite for sustainability. This generation of students, of learners, I would say, 91%, according to a recent poll by Net Impact, they say 91% of students consider sustainability offerings that they get some sustainability offerings to be a must, as opposed to 61% maybe just 10 years back. So I think that the appetite from the students is there, and it's now for universities to deliver to that level and to be able to also meet the global expectations for an agenda that's so ambitious as the UN 2030 agenda. Let me close by saying one thing. You commented this morning that I will let you find out about progress on the UN 2030 agenda. And one thing I can tell you is that our progress is not slow, is beyond slow. We are 62 years behind schedule in relation to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. 62 years. We still have 7 years to go until 2030, yet we need 62 years to achieve the majority of these goals. And this is, in fact, the pandemic has put us has derailed our progress by at least 20 years, because the pandemic has diverted attention to health issues, but progress to be maybe not 62 years behind schedule, maybe 20 years would be more acceptable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nuaimi. It's true, we are behind. And I think the great thing about having SDG targets and goals is that this is how we know that we are behind, and that we are slow to the progress and the goals that we want to achieve. You mentioned collaboration from different entities and universities. I want to go to Dr. Ajman and ask her about this collaboration. How can higher education institutes collaborate in promoting the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
Okay, thank you. So I think I can think of three possibilities. I'll list the three possibilities and maybe I'll say a few words in each one of them. So the first possibility is around those hybrid spaces. And then the second possibility, the collaboration could be around a common challenge. And then the third possibility could be around the United Nations academic impact, which is already well established and everything. So for me, the first one, which is about those hybrid spaces, and I think this platform or this forum is really kind of like a good example of this one. When I looked at the line of the speakers, we have got from everywhere in a way. We have got academia, the United Nations, the officials, and so on and so forth. So I think broadening that, let's say those platforms, I guess those platforms used to be maybe very much academic focused or really one discipline in a way. And I definitely echo Dr. Jamali points about that interdisciplinary focus on those SDGs. So those hybrid, and I really emphasize the idea of hybrid because I think the accessibility will be broader. Before COVID, we used to do everything in person in a way, but I think having that hybrid thing will broaden our accessibility. We'll have more people coming in and based on what they can or what they can't. So those hybrid spaces, I think we definitely need to keep them, have more of them. And this where we kind of almost like create those kind of collaborations and those even conversations and knowing what's happening, for example, in UAE, that's really great, what's happening here in the UK and so on and so forth. The SDGs are really global agenda, but I think the solutions are really local. So we definitely need to focus on that as well. And the second one, which is the common challenges. And again, I think the speakers really summed things up. For example, the interdisciplinary, that's definitely a challenge, and how we can do that, how we can develop the skills and the methods around how to do this better in a way, how to move away from that isolation and so on and so forth. The innovation, maybe that the common challenge as well. And again, those kind of like local solutions, what we can get from that local knowledge, from the contextualized understanding and the practicality as well. And then the final one, which is the United Nations academic impact. And I think this is really great initiative when it comes to having, let's say, a very well structured and well framework for how universities are engaging with the United Nations and with the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, when I look at my current institution, De Montfort University, we are the only, let me get it right just to make sure that I'm not quoting anything wrong. So we are the only university in Britain, it's the only higher education institute in Britain to be a global hub for one of the Sustainable Development Goals. So at DMU, we are the global hub for the SDG number 16, which is to promote peace, justice, and strong institutions. And I think those academic impact or those educational hubs are really great because, let's say, although they are, when they have been selected, each one is just focusing on one Sustainable Development Goals to promote it, to do their research and teaching and service around that, to be able to do reporting around that as well, to be able to spread the knowledge and understanding and so on and so forth. But I think it actually works as a platform for that joint collaboration. Let's say when we log into the United Nations academic impact, and then we look at each one of those global hubs, and then we can say, okay, maybe if I need that understanding or better understanding of this goal, maybe this is very much, let's say, relevant to me, then we can reach out to that place, we can see what are the best practices they have been doing, and we can bring that collaboration together. So I think, yeah, those are my kind of three possibilities when it comes to the collaboration.
Dr. Rahaf, we heard that we require the support of everyone and all the demographics, collaboration with different partners in the country. SDG 5, this is a bit of a pivot, but SDG 5 is on women's equality and gender equality. We also heard that it is slowed down over the last few years. You are leading on the UAE chapter for women in renewable energy. What has been your experience with that, and how important is it for women to be part of this space?
So thank you very much for this question, and thanks for mentioning WIRE in this important event. So Women in Renewable Energy is a non-profit organization in Canada. Now they have different chapters all over the world. They have started their chapter in the UAE last year in May. I'm leading now the chapter here in the UAE, and one of the most important objects of our chapter here is SDG 5. Now, why it's important? Because the objective of WIRE is to empower women and girls, specifically in renewable energy. Now, because we believe that this will contribute to toward the successful of all the SDGs together, and specifically the SDG 5, which is the gender equality. Because we believe that gender equality, diversity, and also inclusivity is something very crucial and is critically important. Because we know that as per the statistics, women and girls in STEM is underrepresented. So that's why we need to involve women and girls more in renewable energy specifically and in STEM in general. Because this have many positive consequences. So if we, like for example, think about the economical development, for sure when you involve more women in the renewable energy industry and sector, which is a very growing sector at the moment, so involving them, this will empower the economic development, because the equality will be it's like opportunity will be for everyone. So the poverty in women sector specifically will reduce. This is one thing. Adding to this, the well-being. This for sure will enhance the social well-being when we have the involvements of women in these specific sectors. Adding to this, other such as having diverse perspectives to the field. So when we have women in the field of in renewable energy, we'll have like more ideas, more innovation in this sector, which will make it more advanced and will make more opportunities for everyone. So adding to all these things, when we include all the gender equality and diversity, we can ensure the opportunities for everyone. So that's why I believe this can support SDG 5 and all the other SDGs in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for that. Now we're about to go into audience questions if we have time. I don't have a watch on me, so I can't, unfortunately can't keep track.
But before that, I'd like to go back to Mr. Khamis on some of the actions needed from education institutes to drive the net zero vision for 2050 on the climate action agenda for the SDGs. Mr. Khamis.
I see the research is very important to speak on that. And in terms of the research, I think universities should focus on two directions. One direction is basically doing research case studies for regional or local, basically how we can decarbonize the economy and what are the opportunities. For example, Ajman University looking for decarbonizing. What is the impact of decarbonizing Ajman economy? How it can be done? What are the opportunities?
opportunities in terms of basically renewable energy, waste to energy, and so on. And so forth for other universities. Also, this region is looking to research in terms of regional opportunities for net zero for this region. One of the big aspects also on the decarbonization or net zero is carbon capture and basically and storage. This region has been basically producing oil and gas for very long time, so they drain and they have empty spaces. So now, while transitioning to the cleaner fuel, we will continue using some of the fossil fuel. So to decarbonize the environment, we need to capture this one underneath. So maybe the universities need to have a role on basically doing research. What is the potential for UAE? What is the potential for Middle East to basically doing this transitional stage or recapturing the emissions? So basically focus on what is the region can do and what's the local and present these cases for the basically decision makers and entities, whether profitable or non-profitable, so that the economy, the society will grab these opportunities and implement them.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those inputs and for giving us an idea on ways to drive net zero. If we have time, I don't know if maybe one of the organizers can tell us. We don't have time? Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. So I'll just end it with this. Thank you so much to our panelists, and I hope you guys enjoyed the session. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for being with us online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamali, Dr. Ajman, thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you also for having me as well here in Ajman University. Thank you for you.
Thank you, Mr. Saif Awad. Thank you so much for our esteemed panelists. Now it's time for round 2 of the trophies distribution. I would like to call again upon the Chancellor, Dr. Karim Saghir, to the stage. We would like as well to call Engineer Muhammad Al-Husani from BIA to the stage. And as we all know, BIA has been a pioneer in supporting the sustainability in the region. Their relentless efforts towards the education of the youth and empowerment has been very, very like. We are also proud that our alumni are part of this great organization. Thank you. We wish to call our guests of honor, Dr. Kasia and Paul Stedeker, to the stage. The renowned environmental and biophilic designers. Now, Dr. Karim Al-Saghir, have a special announcement for you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much again, Lara, and thank you all for coming today. It's really a pleasure. I'm so excited to see different stakeholders from different sectors. Again, I would like to thank BIA, represented today by Engineer Muhammad Al-Husani. I visited BIA a month ago, and I'm very proud of what they are doing, really very impressive model in the UAE. And I'm also proud that we have some of our alumni working there, and one of them is sitting here today, Almas. Sorry for putting you under the radar. Also, thank you, Dr. Kassi and Paul. It's really an honor to have you here today. I think one of the challenges that entrepreneurship has faced, and entrepreneurship is also something very dear to my heart, the same way as sustainability is, has faced. Entrepreneurship was one of the trends, probably more than a decade ago. And one of the challenges that it faces is that the ecosystem was really fragmented, and everyone was trying to make the ecosystem much more interconnected. And I think this was one of the key success factors in making entrepreneurship succeed in the region and beyond. It's more now of a more interconnected ecosystem where all the stakeholders are together to do much more than what each of them can do in isolation. And many of us have attended so many discussions about sustainability and other topics. And I'm very proud of this event today, but I will be even more proud if this is not just one forum where people discuss, have ideas, but then nothing is implemented. And I think it's our responsibility for this generation, but also the next generation, that some actions, real actions, tangible actions are taken. So I ask everyone here that this would not be to make your best, so that this does not become another additional forum where we just talk about things and don't implement. And as you probably know, some of you might know that our motto and slogan at AU is make it happen. So here we make things happen. We talk about things, we brainstorm, but we also make things happen. So an idea that I had is to launch, let's say, SDG Council. We can discuss the name later on and agree on a better name or the same name, where it would serve as a platform for different stakeholders who are interested to join forces with us in this huge and complex responsibility. I have to say, it's not an easy task to make, and this, I was really inspired by the discussions that I attended this morning. Many people were talking about actions, and I think it's about time to take the right actions to make this world a better and more sustainable one. So I think we are the first university in the UAE to form such a council, and we are very proud of. So the idea is to have a neutral platform, active but neutral platform, where different stakeholders from different sectors can join forces to make a stronger societal impact and responsible societal impact in the future and in preparation of COP28 that I'm sure all of you and your institutions will be actively participating in. So the idea is the SDG Council would serve as a dynamic platform to foster innovation, research and collaboration, and enable us all to address pressing global challenges such as climate action, biodiversity, and sustainable development. And I always say that if we look at the SDGs, I think all of them would boil down somehow to education. If we have good quality education and fair access to education, I think many of the SDGs or many of the challenges that we are facing would be addressed in a proper way. So I invite you all who share the passion with us, and I'm sure there are many of you in this room, about a sustainable future, to join us in this exciting endeavor. So what we will have here, hopefully, it's already there, is a QR code that you can scan and submit your nomination to the council. So if you are interested to join this newly formed council, please scan the QR code and send us your name, your affiliation, etc., whatever information are needed. And if you know other people who might be interested in joining this council, please share the same link with them, and I'm sure that together, again, we can do much more, by far much more than what each of us can do in isolation. I think it's our joint responsibility to make the ecosystem of sustainability much more interconnected. I think we all agree that somehow it is still very fragmented now, the same way the entrepreneurship ecosystem was a decade ago. So please make sure that we join forces to make a much stronger societal impact. Again, thank you very much for coming today. Nawartuna, Sharaftuna, and I hope this will be the beginning of more responsible initiatives and more impactful initiatives in the near future, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Karim. Thanks, our distinguished panelists. I would like to invite you now to a short break to enjoy some refreshments. This is a great opportunity to network and share your thoughts with fellow attendees. We will reconvene here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
هذا
Discover Trade Go, the ultimate trading app for investors looking to win the race to
Welcome back, everyone. Please, can we have a seat, please? If we can have a seat, please, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Engineer Hani Husni, EHS Director Tadweer, who will be delivering a presentation on the future of green jobs in race to net zero, focused on circular economy and zero waste in UAE. Dr. Engineer Husni, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the organizers, Maya Haddad and Ajman University, for giving me this opportunity to speak about economy, circular economy and zero waste, in United Arab Emirates. Before we start, let me introduce you myself. I'm Dr. Hani Husni. I'm a former EHS director in Tadweer, and I was awarded doctorate in business administration from Aston University in Birmingham in 2021. I'm OSHA executive committee member since 2013, and former HSEQ manager and management representative in Adwiya and ADDC. Board member in DQG and managing director of EECT since 2011. I was recognized by Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Maktoum and Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum in 2008. So let us go to the content of the presentation. Today I'll talk about some introduction about net zero initiative in UAE. I'll talk about the enablers and result of net zero. I will talk about zero waste roadmap and hierarchy, especially in Abu Dhabi. I will talk about the zero waste strategy, and of course the consideration for zero waste and the limitation. Let me start with the introduction to the net zero initiative. Net zero initiative, let me ask about what is it? What is net zero emission? So net zero emission refers to the emission from the amount of greenhouse gas emission produced and the balance with the amount removed from the atmosphere. This is the balance, so we call it net zero emission. What is net zero initiative? Net zero initiative, especially in United Arab Emirates, by 2050, we will have net zero. We will have zero initiative, net zero carbon emission by 2050. Why this initiative? Based on, as Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak said in 2020, in COP21 in Paris, United Arab Emirates take the initiative to tell the world that we can do something. We can do a challenge. We can challenge to reduce the greenhouse gases to zero, especially the carbon, and to have the global temperature to meet 1.5 as the pre-industrial level. Who's handling this initiative? The one who's handling this initiative, it's the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in United Arab Emirates. Leads and coordinate with all the agencies here in United Arab Emirates, the internal agency and the external agency, to make this initiative in ground and to make it useful and to reach this initiative. Who can participate in this initiative? All the federal and local government agencies. They should develop and plan from now to make this initiative reach the right figure, and to ensure the economic growth based on principle of sustainability. So we have net zero emission. This is the result. We will have the enablers. They are three: zero waste, the circular economy, and extended producer responsibility, the EPR. We will talk about each one of these. All of these enablers
we can reach the net zero emission, hopefully. There is a lot of milestones, there is a lot of obstacles, there is a lot of challenges, but we can do that. We can at least to make the gap, not 62 years as Mr. Saif said, but 20 years, like Rima said. So we can talk about the green jobs and race to net zero. What's the green job? The green jobs refer to the employment opportunities that contribute to environmental sustainability. Like what? Like green construction, for example, in Abu Dhabi and Dar. Like sustainable transport, there is an hour now in Dubai and United Arab Emirates about the sustainable transportation. Like waste management, to have a proper waste management, the sustainable agriculture. Now, these days, they are working on sustainable agriculture, and of course, the renewable energy sources, like Masdar and all these agencies that they are working in renewable energy in United Arab Emirates. Not only here, but they are helping other countries to reach their targets. Zero waste. Zero waste is a philosophy and approach that aims to reduce the amount of waste generated by society and eliminate the needs for landfills and incineration. And if you notice, Mr. Mohammed Al-Hosani from BIA, he said that they are building a new facility here in Sharjah, waste to energy, with the participation of Masdar. This initiative, there is the same in Abu Dhabi also. There is a lot and several initiatives to make zero waste. In the oldest landfill in United Arab Emirates, in Hamim, it's 45 years old. But we are doing a lot of initiatives. We will talk about it, and I will show you with evidence some of the zero waste initiative. So the principle of the zero waste philosophy, I can demonstrate it in 6 parts. Redesign the life cycle of the product and services. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover the waste. Reduce the use of virgin material. Promote the use of recycled material. Sustainable production, and extended producer responsibility. I'll take one example, one very, very good example, in, for example, reduce the use of virgin material. All of us, we know that the biggest mega project in United Arab Emirates, which has been now recently will operate, the Union Railway. In a state of getting the aggregate from Ras Al Khaimah and Fujairah, Abu Dhabi have made a deal with Union Railway to give them the aggregate from the construction, demolition construction, and demolition construction waste in Abu Dhabi, in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. So we had agreement for 5 years to give them all of the aggregate, the reused and recycled aggregate from the construction waste. This is a big project and save a lot of money. A lot of the carbon footprints was reduced because of this project, and we kept the mountain of Al Fujairah and Ras Al Khaimah as it is. We didn't touch it. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. We will talk about zero waste roadmap. The roadmap is having 4 main categories. The first one the baseline study. We need to study the sector-wise actual waste yield, trends, and recycling level. In order to plan well, we need to know where we are. In order to give a good plan and design our facilities, we need to know what's the needs of our stakeholders. So to have a baseline study, we need to have a proper study for the whole waste sector in United Arab Emirates. Then we need to plan. During the plan, we need to have zero waste objectives. We need to build the targets. We need to build the programs. We need to have the internal and external issue, to study them, the SWOT analysis, to plan and to have a sustainable performance. And then strategy to achieve the zero waste. We need to put our strategy to build the circular economy for United Arab Emirates. Maybe now, these days, for each emirate, for every emirate, they are building their initiatives separately. But under the umbrella of the Ministry of Climate Change and the Environment, we are bringing all of these strategy together. So the reduce, reuse, recycle, it's another strategic to the zero waste. We will talk about it. And the extended producer responsibility, this is another. And of course, to do that, to do the extended producer responsibility, we need to talk to the manufacturer. We need to have an align with the manufacturer and with all the producers. Finally, the improve, the awareness promotion, like this event, thanks to Maya Haddad and the Ajman University, the enforcement recognition, the benchmarking. For example, Tadwir, they had the opportunity to do a benchmark with BIA. This is in United Arab Emirates, and we have done benchmarking with a very good, very known waste services producer like Lavagate and Aberda, and to do an event sharing best practices under the umbrella of the Environmental Agency in Abu Dhabi. So these are the zero waste roadmap. Now the waste management hierarchy, we have several clusters. The most desirable option is reduce. Reduce from the source always is the most desirable option. So the family is the most desirable option to reduce from the source. What is the source? The source is the family. If each of us will play a good role in the family from the beginning, to reduce the consumable material and to act to vote what we need exactly, not exaggerated. This is our beginning. And reuse, of course, then recycle, compost, recover, and disposal. Disposal, where it will go? To the landfill in the end. This is the least desirable option. Now we will talk about one of the strategies, the circular economy. The circular economy can play a significant role in the waste management sector by transforming the way we produce, consume, and dispose the waste. I will demonstrate to you some ways in which the circular economy can work in the waste management sector. Let us talk about the beginning. Life cycle and approach design. It can work, and we will talk about it later on in another slide. It's from the beginning, from designing the product or from designing the service, we need to know, we need to talk about the packaging, the designer who will sell me a TV or he will sell me a laptop. He will not put too many backing inside the box. So it will be the responsibility of the producer. Then we will talk about the waste reduction action plans. This is another stage of circular economy. The plan, the action plan of reuse, reduce, and of course, the implementation, reuse and recycle, composting waste to energy. This is here, one here in Sharjah. It saved us from 450 tons every year from waste, from the carbon. And of course, there is another facility in Dubai, in Jabal Ali, waste to energy, small one. And now in Abu Dhabi, they are building another big one. And the last one, the collaborative business shared facility like waste collection. We need to build waste collection in each neighborhood. We have done it in Abu Dhabi. In each neighborhood, we will build a facility to collect the waste. And of course, carpooling is another example. In a state of going everyone who will go by himself, no, we can do another way so that we will do something called pooling cars. This is an initiative in Europe. It's more effective, but not here yet. What's the difference between linear economy and the circular economy? Linear economy, earlier, they were the consumable or the person buy things from the manufacturer and dispose it. They are not thinking how to use it and reuse it again. So they are taking from the raw material, they are manufacturing it, and they dispose it. They don't care about it. But the circular economy, they are making things from the raw material, they use it in the manufacturing, and they are recycling it. They are trying to reuse the material. And they are minimizing the waste to the maximum. They are trying to use every single part of it. So these days, the world moved from linear economy to circular economy in order to close the loop system where the resources are kept in use and regenerated and restored. Unfortunately, these days, in 2023, circularity gap report has said the world has reached 7.2%. In 2018, it was 9%. And now, in a state of going higher, circular economy, it goes down, unfortunately. And why is that? Because the people, the material to reuse it, 90% of it are wasted. 90% of it are lost. So they are not taking it to reuse it again in the manufacturer. And we are, with the manufacturer, we have to be blamed. Not only the governments. No, the governments, they are making some laws, they are making some initiative, but it should be started from us, from each individual, from each family, from the beginning, from our houses. In order to have a good circular economy, we need to think about ourselves. We need to change our mindset. We need to change the design. And we need to change the consumption approach. Let us go to the zero waste strategy. Number 2, 3 R's, the reduce, reuse, recycle. The principle of the reduce, we will talk about reduce, involve using less of resources in the first place. Some example of reducing waste include using the public transportation. If you are using the public transportation and, like what I said, the pooling cars, for example, we will reduce the consumption of the cars. So we will reduce the carbon in our air. Turning off lights and electronics when they are not in use to save energy. We are not switching off the lights only in Earth, Day of Earth. In Day of Earth, the government announced to participate on the Day of Earth. We are switching our lights off, like Burj Khalifa. Buying products with minimal packaging or in bulk to reduce the amount of waste produced. Using a cloth towel instead of paper towels to reduce paper waste. All of these are some examples, not limited to these examples. Reuse. The principle of reuse involves finding new uses for things instead of throwing them away. Some examples of reusing are not limited to these. Using reusable grocery bags instead of a single-use plastic bags. Now, this initiative started in Abu Dhabi last year by the Environment Agency, Her Excellency Razal Mubarak. It was an initiative and it goes from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment to all the other city, all other northern city and Dubai, this year I think. Donating old clothes, furniture will help also. Fixing broken items instead of replacing them with the new ones, and buying used products instead of new one. All of these are examples, not limited to these, the strategic reuse. The recycle, the principle of recycle involves turning waste material into new products instead of throwing them away. The examples are recycling paper, plastic, glass, and metal products instead of throwing them in the trash, composting food and yard waste instead of sending them to the landfill. Let me tell you some examples, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I was auditing in Abu Dhabi companies to see the waste management. One of the companies that really I have seen by myself and with the team, one of the construction company, it was a construction company at Dar. They have 99%, they are using all their materials. They are using, reusing, recycling, everything's in the yard, in the site. So they are 90%, 99% they are reusing and recycling their material. Another initiative, now we build with mustard, tadweer with mustard, the food oil. Food oil, we recycle it. There is a refinery in Abu Dhabi. We recycle it and we send it, we sell it again. Another example, 300 million tire in Abu Dhabi. We shredded it in a project within 2 years project. We used the material, 3 kinds of material from the tire recycling tires. The first one is the rubber. We are having another factory in Al Ain. We are sending the product to Al Ain to use the tile. They are manufacturing tile for the walk or for the children, kids, to play safely. The second type of the product produced is the steel, the metal. There is a metal in the tire. Also, we sell it to the manufacturer of the steel in Abu Dhabi. And the last one is the ash or the powder of the rubber. What we can use it? We use it in cement factory to strengthen the road from these products. So we are using every single thing from a yard of 300 million tires in Abu Dhabi in a project of 2 years. We are really proud of that. So, in coordination with Abu Dhabi municipality, we built a road from the asphalt and glass. So this is another type of where we can reuse the material and keep safely the raw material, our raw material. Anyway, I will talk about extended producer responsibility, ERB. ERB now is common here in United Arab Emirates, but unfortunately it's not sufficient like Europe and the United States. It's a policy to shift the responsibility of managing waste from consumer to the producer. In this approach, producers are held accountable for the disposal or recycling of products and they produce, and they are required to take steps to ensure that their products are recycled or disposed of in an environmentally responsible manner. And I hope really the Ministry of the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment take a really close attention to this part. I remember when I was young, in the good days, زمن الطيبين مثل ما يقولون, when we bought a bottle of Pepsi Cola or Miranda, they are not selling it to us in 1 dirham. They are saying 1.5 dirham or 1.25 dirham. So we are pushed to drink it, and after we finish, we return it back. So when we return it back, they will give us that quarter or the half dirham. This is the ERB. In a very, very short explanation for it. So before it was our responsibility. Now we had several meetings with the producer, with the manufacturer, in order to ask them to be responsible about their waste. And they should. Who will be the leader on this initiative? The Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. They should take the initiative, this initiative. So let me give you some example of ERB includes the electronic waste. Until now in United Arab Emirates, unfortunately, there is nobody taking good care about electronic waste. Nobody. And if you know someone, please tell me. I would like to know. So, electronic waste, there is a lot of materials in the electronic waste. They can reuse it. They can repair it. So, this is about the electronic waste. The second one about the packaging waste. The packaging waste is one of the most important part as a part of my understanding. Packaging waste, it's a part of logistics. So in order to have a good backing for your product, TV, laptop, anything, you need to have a proper design from the beginning, so not to have waste a lot. Now these days, we can see for the TV, they are having only two phones, two parts of phones, one down, one up. That's it, which is very good. We can reduce it to one part, only the one part on the screen, to save it and wrap it, to reduce the waste of it. So they need to think and they need to redesign the backing system. The batteries. Also the batteries, the rechargeable batteries. I'm talking about rechargeable batteries here. In Sharjah, especially Sharjah, they are taking all the batteries in United Arab Emirates. All the rechargeable batteries, the batteries of the car or any kind of rechargeable batteries. They are recycled? No. Reused, rebuilt again. And I found in my research, Pakistan is one of the most countries they are doing the recycling of the rechargeable batteries. Automotive products also one of the examples of EBR to recycling. The law requires producer like the oil and tires. These two products, they can take it from automotive products to be a part of EBR. So, zero waste consideration with the business model. This is my understanding of zero waste consideration with the business model. Circular economy, life cycle assessment. For every manufacturing, they should do the life cycle assessment. The sustainability, compliance, carbon footprint, environmental aspects and impacts, of course. The extended producer responsibility, which I explained. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and improvement. Of course, for the future, you need to improve yourself. You need to learn from your mistakes to improve yourself and to go in the second wave. This is the last slide about the limitation. Limitations are categorized in 4 main things: leadership, external, internal, and collaboration. Leadership. The biggest limitation comes always from the leaders. Believe me. In UAE, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed announced that this year is the sustainable year of United Arab Emirates. And Alhamdulillah, COP28 also this year. And I was really very happy to hear today from the Chancellor, Dr. Karim, that they are announced here in this event, the CDD Council, in order to help the community and to help Ajman Emirate and the United Arab Emirates to have the proper planning ahead. So the leadership, when we have a proper leader who gives a commitment and who gives the right funding for sustainability, because sustainability, they need to have a fund to have the research and the plan move well. And of course, to build organizational culture in the organization. This is a part of the leadership and a part of the limitation. The governance also a part of limitation, empowerment. If I didn't give empower to my team, they will not reach the aim or the target. And of course, to provide the resources, money, people, systems, electronic systems, or accountant system, whatever. The external, the law and regulation. Sometimes the law, if a law come in the United Nations or internal law in the Emirates, it might bring me back a little bit. But of course, I need to plan in order to suit this law and regulation, enforcement. I remember about the laws. I remember in Abu Dhabi, also my example in Abu Dhabi, there was a law in Abu Dhabi to use 40% of the material in any project in the municipality or any governmental organization from United Arab Emirates. 40%. Just imagine, 40% in construction, and of course you will have a proper presentation from Mr. Jarad, Abu Jarad. He will talk about the construction, the monitoring, enforcement, the collaboration between the agencies and the educational system in United Arab Emirates and the ministry. This is a part of collaboration. The internal competency, to build the competency, to build the competent. Don't let anybody work in something that he is not aware about. So you need to have a proper assessment, a proper competent people to work on these things. And the know-how, of course. And responsible behavior, to build the responsible behavior among the community. And to build the infrastructure. Last thing, the collaboration. You need to build a benchmark to know where you are. Because if you don't know where you are, where's the base? What's the base of you in your organization? You will not plan very well. You will not know where you are going. So you need to make a benchmarking with the right people. And of course, there is a lot of consultancy. Now, these days, they can help you. They can help the organization to make a proper benchmarking for them with the right level of organization to learn from them. And best practices, sustainable reporting, ESG reporting, everyone business. Sustainability is everyone business, by the way. It's like the HSE. It's like the safety in any organization or at your home. Safety is everyone responsibility. Also responsibility. Sustainability is everyone responsibility in the organization. So these are the limitations. I hope by this I will end my presentation. And thank you very much. If you have any clarification. Do you have any clarification or that's it?
We are truly grateful, Dr. Engineer Hani Husni, for your inspirational contribution for today's event. It is now time for an interactive session that will engage and enlighten us all. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rana Haji Rasuli, the CEO and founder of The Surplus, to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's my honor to be here with you, and thank you very much to Ms. Maya Haddad for the invitation. Our session today is going to be highly interactive, so assuming that everybody in this room is happy to partake in the game, we will continue, but if not, there's still time to run. So the agenda for today is really honing in on a lot of the concepts that have developed. We've heard about collaboration. We've heard about the importance of sustainability. What does it all mean and what does it look like? Because let's just raise our hands here. How many of you actually collaborate on a daily basis in your own business? Please just raise your hand. Minority. Majority. It's looking a bit more frequent and a bit more common. So in continuing, our agenda is going to be relatively short. I'm only going to start with a very short 5 to 7 minute presentation. I want to open up with a thought. We all know how difficult it is to drive systemic change when it comes to climate change, decision-making and effective leadership and sustainability. The question is always who wants to really lead the change and participate in it. I'd like you to keep this question in the back of your mind until we get to the interactive session. So one very pressing issue when it comes to climate change is waste. And that's a lot of the work that I'm actually doing with my startup. The excess inventory market alone is valued and growing at a $288 billion per annum trajectory, and companies are losing revenue while failing to identify what their underused resources is, from materials to extra warehouse space to idle assets and machinery, and even expert knowledge. In the UAE alone, there's over 350,000 SMEs, which make up a majority of the economic composition. Businesses need to change the way they do things, but they just don't know how. 9 out of 10 global SMEs that express an interest just don't have the right resources available to show them what to do. We all know the linear economy, and we know that it imperils global prosperity. Resource consumption levels are not sustainable and will lead to shortages and potential conflicts. Humanity faces a triple threat: soaring population growth, diminishing resources, and environmental damage. Today, humans consume 1.75 times the natural resources that the Earth is actually capable of regenerating. And the Circularity Gap report highlighted that a majority, which is 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, come from material use and handling. So how can the world meet the growing demands of goods with fewer resources in a more sustainable and efficient way? Circular transformation is a critical part of the solution, but there are issues. But it addresses circular practices such as recovering resources and regenerating materials, building more productive resilience, resource-efficient closed-loop supply chains, and bolstering sustainable growth, driving economic growth as well. And it aims to build resilience and environmental sustainability as well. We know that consumers are searching for more sustainable goods, and there is a large market opportunity that we can have at the moment. But the question is always, why are we so slow to act? One subset of circular economy is industrial symbiosis. Has anybody heard of it before? No one. It's not the what-ifs of future technologies. But industrial symbiosis helps a way to pave net zero now. It's been implemented since the 1970s. It's called industrial symbiosis, a system where companies reallocate their waste, water, energy, byproducts, and many others by sharing it with other companies which have a use for it. So why hasn't it commercialized, and why haven't you heard of it? Well, currently, it's quite old school. It requires a lot of time, resources, and technical knowledge from facilitators. This is what we're trying to change, and I hope that you will walk away understanding our framework today and be able to plug it in to your own daily work. And we're actually doing that through digitization, but today we're going to do a little bit more gamified aspect that's face-to-face. I'd like to share with you a case study. Cytec was a chemicals manufacturer that used our platform for 3 months and made just over 300,000 dirhams by exchanging resources with multiple firms, including sourcing from a garments manufacturer and selling to a competitor. Yes, you heard that right. A chemicals company and their competitor and a manufacturer got together to exchange resources. This is the type of world that we collectively envision, unlikely partnerships for the most extraordinary collaborations. And I hope that this is the types of synergies we will build all together today in the interactive session. Of course, there are variations of circular economy as well. The shift to a circular economy is leading to companies adopting various business models that go way past recycling, where the performance and the service component of products provide the added value to customers and as such become an essential part of their business relations. Performance-based business models facilitate take-back, reuse, recycling, and much more. These models reduce resource consumption, waste emissions, air pollution, and so on. Now, at the same time, they contribute to greater cost efficiency for the businesses. So let's take a very hard-to-abate sector, such as chemicals. The main interest of a chemical user is not to buy and possess the chemicals, but their interest is in ensuring that the chemicals they use deliver the best solution for their products and their processes. For example, a producer of automotive parts uses solvent to clean and decrease their parts. The company is interested in the cleanliness of the part, which is the product performance, as well as the improvement of process productivity, such as shorter cleaning cycles, higher process productivity, and so on, which the solvent can deliver, not the actual ownership of the solvent. So in other words, the company is interested in paying for the utility which the solvent delivers, and not for the amount of solvent it uses. So, bearing that in mind, let's take the example of a beverage company and see how that links in. Let's say it has a packaging line with a lubrication process. It needs the conveyor belt to operate smoothly with as little friction as possible in order to keep the bottles from falling over. How do we achieve this? Keeping that in mind that lubricant is not the company's key competence. It could just play it safe, applying large amounts of lubricant chemicals to the conveyor, hoping that overdosing will make it satisfactory performance level. But not only is the company buying more lubricant than it actually needs, but now it faces another problem. Excessive foam formation from large amounts of foam produced overflow the catchment tray and falls to the ground. So as a result, the company has a slippery floor and increased health and safety risks. Another option would be to find a chemical supplier with expertise in lubricants that can offer a performance-based business relation, establish a payment link, and also establish a process. The unit of payments in this case could be the number of hours the conveyor works smoothly and without interruptions. This functional payment aligns the interests and motivations of both business partners. Both are interested in process optimization, so the beverage company gets what it wants, a smoothly operating conveyor belt. The lubricant supplier brings its know-how on lubricating the processes, installing the technical measures that's required to improve the productivity of the lubricant process. For example, substituting the original water-based lubricant with a dry and less hazardous one, installing a different kind of dosing nozzle, and a new dosage system. Bearing in mind the variations of circular economy that can take place in various points of the supply chain, it's now time for us to move on to the interactive portion of the session. And I hope you get the gist of this case study and find it interesting to apply variations of business models that happen throughout the supply chain. Does everyone remember the question we had at the beginning? To answer that, today, you will be the ones driving the change. We created the Symbiosis game as part of our digitization strategy to create a sense-making model and make sustainability simple for members to understand the types of value they can create with just their underused and excess resources. The point of the game is to build capacity and network with people from various industries, as you do today, and determine what's possible if we work collaboratively and innovatively. So let's go down to the rules. First, we need some leaders. Can we have 10 kind volunteers to act as CEOs? Don't worry, we will not put you on the spot. Just raise your hand and a lanyard will be given to you. Do we have any kind volunteers before we start picking leaders first? Please raise your hand. Wow, I am very impressed. Thank you very much. Team, I think we have, just keep your hands raised, please, so you can get your packs. Perfect, thank you so much. 2, 3. Yep, continue to please raise your hands. So these will be your CEOs today, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're going to do is form 11 groups with 11 CEOs, and you are going to try to map out your underused resources with other companies. You'll receive a pack, and that pack is all of your resources. So we will see some very interesting case studies, and these were actually taken from real-life case studies, of course, with pseudonyms to protect their identity, from universities to chemicals companies to telecommunications. Now, today there is no right or wrong answer. I'm really excited to hear from you. What we will do is break for 15 minutes so you can conduct these synergies whilst grouping together, leading the change. You will also find inside your pack a SDG sheet. Those United Nations Sustainable Development Goal sheets will guide your synergies. So how many SDGs can you hit while conducting your synergies and exchanging cards of underused resources? I hope that's clear. Have I missed anything, team? One more? We need one more CEO, please. We have, wow, I am extremely impressed. Thank you very much. So now, one more? Sorry, one more. In the back, Alex? Oh, it's okay. Okay, so your CEOs will guide the strategy. However, we will break into even groups. My team and I will be around to help guide you. And at the end, your CEOs will make a short pitch. So please remember to note all of your synergies, the commercial case as well. So for example, if you have something that you feel will be of high value, that's a byproduct or a waste, or let's say a warehouse space in a very valuable location, don't feel pressured into giving it away for free. You can absolutely make the commercial case for it. At the end, we will regroup and the CEOs will present their best synergies. Thank you very much. May the best company win.
So everyone who's participating here, let's stand up, let's not be shy. You go visit other companies so you can build your own synergies. Come on guys. Stand up, everyone who's in this game, participate in the game. Let's hunt the CEO of the other company and try to negotiate with them with the synergy.
has the law, Skyline Communication is doing great. Learn from them, guys. Skyline Communication.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes remaining. Please consult presentations. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Please wrap up your synergies.
Because the time has begun. Countdown is starting now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's have a seat so that we can finish real fast and call some CEOs to represent their achievements. All the way to Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, is this on? Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I think they're going on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking your seats. We're going to continue now. We have just 1 or 2 minutes to quickly wrap up. Unfortunately, the session has come to a close. If we can have 1 or 2 volunteers, please, of CEOs that would like to read their synergies and share them amongst with everyone. 1 or 2 volunteers, please. I know. You have the problem. They're not listening. I can't do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. We have 1 volunteer. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to cut your conversation short. Unfortunately, time is not on our side this afternoon. We have to wrap up. If you'd like to please introduce yourself, your company name, and wrap up your synergies, we will be grateful. Yep. Sanya, Mike? Yep, please go ahead. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to go to our fantastic superstar CEO. Please introduce yourself and highlight your synergies.
Hello, I'm Sheikh Salim. I'm the CEO for Skylink Communication. We've exchanged several items with other companies. She's going to read this. So, what we've done, one of the things we've done is exchange our extra cartons for extra office space. And what this does is both adds on to SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth, by increasing productivity in our company, as well as SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production by reusing cartons that have already been used. We've also brought technical knowledge and exchanged this for solid scrap metal waste. as it improves the overall environment for employees and customers in our company. We hope that other companies also follow a similar path as we did and try to include as many SDGs in their goals and targets for their companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to volunteer just briefly for 1 minute, please. I will come down. So it's easier. Dr. Bilal? Or yes.
Assalamu alaikum. So I'm presenting the organic farm and gardens. We have gone into a philosophy of where we could exchange, give away, and even let go any of the resources we have in trial of reducing the amount of excess as much as we could of all the materials. So since we are into the food business and agricultural farms, we looked at we exchanged different materials. We've got some bread crust from some of the restaurants where that could be used completely into fertilizers. It could be used as well for some of the animal feeding processing that we are doing. We looked at an R&D lab training as well, where we could look at different technologies, we could look at different benchmark from other industries as well within our facility. We exchanged some of our vehicles and transportation and even our storage facilities completely with other businesses. We looked at seasonal storage where we could utilize them versus other businesses that could utilize them in other time. We looked as well with other some excess animal feed where the same could be given away and at the same time could be shared with other businesses. We looked at some of our core business generated waste as well that could be used for other business. So one of the good examples that we gave away were the leaves that are generated out from our farm that could be utilized as an idea for packaging whenever you're packaging any products. I'm not sure, I can't remember which factory we exchanged that with, that they can utilize it part of the packaging material instead of the foam normal material or plastic material or the air bubbles material that are used for packaging, where all these leaves could be utilized into the cushions, into all these packages. The list goes on. I don't want to take extra time, but I'm glad of the team who supported me there as well.
And last but not least, Dr. Humaid.
We are a sustainable university, so we have exchanged with different industries over here, mostly the knowledge that the university can provide to the industries in terms of sustainability or in their expertise areas. So in exchange, so we got from one of the restaurant a space for dinner party hall and the old furniture, which can be utilized at the university, and it can be part of one of the SDG on responsible consumption and production, and from one of the food processing company. So they have some IT training and ISO accreditation training as well, which is required in the university. We exchanged our knowledge resources with them, and their expertise in the training and ISO training we have taken. We established the synergy, and with one of the textile manufacturing company. So we exchanged. So they gave us the in-house 3D printing that can be utilized for the university projects, and I don't remember what we exchanged with them. I think it is something related to the knowledge as well. So yeah, and we have also got human resources being exchanged with one of the company. I don't remember as well, and with one of the communication company. So we have got something related to unused telephone and which can be utilized in the university communication. So these are the synergies, some of the synergies we established.
Thank you so much, Dr. Uday. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm so sorry we can't have any more. We're pressed on time. I hope that game was fun and informative for you. I'll be happy to take any questions later on off stage. For now, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rana, for this great session. I'm delighted to present our second panel discussion, which will focus on raising the climate capacity, mobility, and sustainability in the region. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the moderator, Dr. Dalia Hafez, Assistant Professor, College of Architecture, Art and Design, Ajman University, and our distinguished panelists as they take the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Maya and the sustainability team for organizing this event. I would like to welcome our panelists. So I will just go very briefly through their bios, and then I would like them all to join me on stage. First, I would like to invite Ms. Yasmin Berbier. She's the head of sustainability for Nestle, Middle East and North Africa. Now she's responsible for implementing the net zero emission roadmap across the region for 19 countries and more than 24 factories. Second, I would like to invite Mr. Hassan Ghazali. He is the Senior Manager for Research and Policy in the UICCA. So it is a climate action entity that brings together members for public and private sectors, including academic institutions and NGOs as well, towards net zero 2050. Welcome. I would like also to welcome Ms. Rawad Barazanji on stage. She is the Process Engineering and Process Safety Team Leader at the Sharjah National Oil Corporation. She has a Bachelor in Chemical Engineering and Master's in Process Technologies and Business Management. And she supports academic institutions to achieve their net zero journey success. Second, I would fourth actually, I would like to welcome Ms. Jamila Almer. She has more than 15 years of experience in environmental and sustainability strategy policy development. And she is currently acting as a senior advisor in the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion COP28 presidency. Welcome, Jamila. Last but not least, of course, Mr. Matt Doran. He heads up the Dubai branch for the CIOB, and he leads the strategy of the MENA region. He has created over 200 events for members and partners, capturing global audience of 13,000, covering about 50 countries. I'm not sure if he would join us or not. Okay. So, can you hear me? So, actually, I would like to welcome you all for the panel discussion, and I'm sure I didn't give you enough where going through your bios. The first question I would like to ask to both Mr. Hassan and Ms. Rawad, how can industries in the MENA region transition to clean energy and reduce their carbon footprints? In your opinion, from your experience, of course.
Thanks so much for that question. I think let's change the narrative a bit. Let's not use the word clean. It's very misleading. Let's use the word cleaner. See, hindsight is always 20/20 in this environmental business. You can always look back and say, well, back then it was fine, now it's not so much. So if you ask me how can industries make that leap, well, the answer is very simple: be bold and be creative. You have to be bold because you need to take decisions that you might not have taken in any other circumstance, and you need to be creative about one particular thing. You see, you can count your scope 1, scope 2 emissions, which are your in-process emissions. You can establish a sort of a baseline of the energy that you're purchasing, those emissions. It's scope 3 that is really the challenge. Anyone who says we're green are going to face that challenge. Now, every entity I have looked at, from KSA to other parts of the world, when they say we're green, the biggest challenge comes on scope 3. And then they say, well, it's very difficult to estimate scope 3. Well, how do we establish that baseline that this is what we emit? It's difficult, it's not impossible. You can estimate it. So the encouragement I give to companies is not some estimation, establish your benchmark that this is what we did in, let's say, X year, and this is how we improve. And that's always another the same usual suspects of energy, waste, energy, water use. If you start bringing those down, you done well, and you are better than yesterday. So the move's got to come, it's got to become cleaner and greener. That's the future, that's it.
strategies and initiatives that companies, for example, like Nestle, are implementing to reduce their carbon footprint and promote sustainability. So I was just asking her, what should we do with our capsules? We're all using the capsules for coffee. That was a very primitive question. I'm sure you have bigger plans.
Indeed, thank you so much for your question. So Nestle, the Swiss company, is a global biggest food and beverage company, and we were one of the primary signatories in Paris for COP21 for the UN ambition, business ambition of the 1.5 degrees pledge. And since 2020, we outlined our pathway on how we want to decarbonize our
the industry, and we are responsible for more than any other industry, hands down, country mile, the builders of bad guys. However, it creates an absolutely fantastic opportunity for change. So, first and foremost, our role as a professional organisation, making sure that people have the training and the education available, using our industry experts and our members to improve and
with the same companies and other national companies for Saudi, so there's a Saudi packaging group, where altogether we want to inspire the formulation of EPR. So there are some voluntary acts, but as well we are pro as well in mandate, because in the end, without as well a mandate that can prepare a level playing field for extended producer responsibility, there will not be as well a shift to circular economy.
warm. Who's thirsty? We have everything. This is national leadership, strategic vision. Things are good here. You have technology, you have financial liquidity. There is no real issue that you might actually get your paper when you say, okay, this is our problem. Please accept the MENA region was the front lines. I'm talking Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, Egypt, Morocco. Shall I go on with this names? I think the biggest challenge is where we show leadership to the entire MENA region from the UAE, opportunity to zero, opportunity before that, and somehow harmonizing quality of life. That is the challenge I've seen. The other challenge, which is perhaps a bit morbid, I might not be here, but I'm going to be around. All the youth right now who might feel disenfranchised, unempowered, they will be growing adults, don't believe anymore. What kind of world are we leaving them? I think that's a challenge. That's really, it's a thing particularly for places which have greater younger population of younger people. KSA, UAE, not countries like Germany, France, UK, which have a really big population, falling birth rates, falling marriage rates. So let's be aware that the demographics and economics is where it's all going to fall.
I would like to add this. My son, who is 8, and why you have to purchase plastic bags. So, of course, when you go to the grocery shop and you plan to buy 2 things and end up with 10, as usual. So, on my way out, I just say, it's okay, we'll just buy plastic bags. He would say, I'm not paying money to hurt the environment. So, he is educating me. So, exactly, awareness
5 يوم ويوم جمعة.
So I think this finance responsibility is a way of making private sector finance sustainable management in your sector. And you see a lot of these policies mature and becoming more sophisticated because our economy has become more sophisticated. If you look at the MENA, so going back to MENA, I think some of this is already happening, but there is definitely a way especially in the GCC, where countries, national governments, local governments are seeing the power that the private sector brings into money, into knowledge, into data, and the private sector is asking us to deliver our own needs. The more and more this is becoming a partnership, and again, going back to the first comment, I think there is no way out. There's no way forward, and hopefully,
I know you're waving at me because we're running out of time. I cannot wrap up without talking about COP28. So, Mr. Awad, I would like to know what's the key priorities for the MENA region in the lead up to COP28? What's the role can business and government play in achieving these priorities?
thank you for the question. Actually, it's a very timely for the question.
Exactly.
You can find the answer in all the discussions and policy by the panelists here. What's unique about COP28 in my view is that previous COPs, the 27, all the previous ones, the oil and gas industry, for example, wasn't part of it. You can see that the vision or the goals was very limited to environments, environmental institutes, and so on.
Thanks, Dr. Thanks, Dr. Test. Test. Thanks, Dr. Dalia, and our esteemed panelists for an engaging and thought-provoking session. We are now ready to commence our first roundtable discussion of the day. This interactive session will provide an opportunity for all attendees to have a 360-degree review of nature-based solutions for climate and biodiversity in the UAE. Let's give a huge round of applause to the moderator, Dr. Jusi Jian, Associate Professor and Chair of the Department of Environmental Health Sciences, University of Sharjah, and the distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to be here in this distinguished forum, and I thank Ajman University and Ms. Maya Haddad for the generous invitation. I'm also very well honored to lead this session and have honorable panelists, starting with Her Excellency Layla Mustafa Abdul Latif, Director General of Emirates Nature. Her Excellency has served as Director General at Emirates Nature since 2017, delivering high-impact science-based solutions for conservation and sustainability. Her Excellency spearheads numerous initiatives across education, engagement, research, and policy to highlight the vital connection between nature and humanity. At the global level, Her Excellency sits on the WWF Innovation Committee and is chair of WWF Asia Pacific Network AP25, which is a coalition of 25 WWF offices across the Asia Pacific region to catalyze the growth, innovation, and conservation impact. Welcome, Your Excellency. Our second distinguished panelist will be Mr. George Saad, CEO of Al Zora Development Company. Mr. George Saad is an accomplished business leader and CEO of the development company, a prominent real estate development firm based in UAE. Mr. George has over 2 decades experience in industry and a proven track record of successfully delivering large-scale projects and driving growth for his organization. Prior to his current role, Mr. George has held senior leadership positions at Al Marjan Island, Palm Utilities, where he served as an TCOM Investment Business Parks part of Dubai Holding. Mr. George holds a master's degree in business administration from Manchester Business School, and he is the vice chairman of the Manchester Business School Alumni Group. Welcome, Mr. George. Our third distinguished panelist is Ms. Sheikh Rashid, climate change analyst at the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. She's working at the ministry and she holds a bachelor's degree in environmental science and sustainability from Zayed University in Abu Dhabi, UAE. She currently is the lead project manager for matters related to climate adaptation and capacity building at the ministry. In addition, she's a member of the UAE Climate Change Research Network and the lead of the network support team. She functions as the UAE national focal point for action for climate empowerment and recently was selected as a member of the GCA CEO's Youth Advisory Panel member for the year 2023. She's part of the COP28 team, supporting with ACE, capacity building, and adaptation-related agenda items. Welcome, Ms. Sheikh. Apologies, our fourth panelist was supposed to be Prof. Adnan Aziz. He had to leave for personal reasons. He had to catch up with a flight. Dr. Adnan Aziz, he's a professor of practice at the College of Business Administration at Ajman University, and he's the founding director also for the Center of Excellence in Islamic Finance at the Ajman University. We will have one of his questions directed to Her Excellency, Ms. Layla Abdul Latif. Welcome all, welcome.
hear these success stories. I will move to Ms. Shema. Ms. Shema, may you share an overview of the nature-based solutions that have been implemented in general in UAE so far, and what was their impact on climate and biodiversity?
Thank you for your question, and also thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. So, in terms of overview what the UAE have done, again, we have been quite an advocate in terms of nature-based solution. We have mentioned it quite extensively in all our NDCs, and then later on, inshallah, we're building our national adaptation plan, so it will be reflected heavily over there as well. But to kind of give you some summarize of some of the projects that we are doing to address nature-based solution, we have the mangrove plantation that was mentioned here. Again, as we all know, it acts as a carbon sink, and it captures CO from the atmospheres, and it helps in terms of providing habitat for a lot of various species. And we do have most notably the 100 mangrove commitment project that we're working on. So we're hoping to see the fruit of this labor in 2050, as we recognize it will take it about 8 to 12 years or so for the plant to mature, for us to see, for it to be actively being able to capture CO2 from the atmosphere. We also have, we're investing heavily in terms of greening the urban area. So that includes parks and gardening in the city areas, because we do recognize that would help us quite a lot in terms of controlling the urban heat islands that we do face quite extensively here in the UAE. And we do have the restoration or ecosystem restorations. So there's a lot of projects in terms of dealing with restoration, conserving or protecting the degraded ecosystem here in the UAE. For instance, the sand dunes and then also the coral reef. So we do have quite a lot of projects and that we are addressing the nature-based solution. And again, we're looking forward in terms of enhancing our national adaptation plan in COP28. It will address the nature-based solution quite a lot.
I'm sure all these projects and actions will have a huge impact on biodiversity and acting towards climate change. I'll come back to Your Excellency and I'll ask you a question supposed to be asked to Dr. Adnan. In what ways can Islamic finance and sustainable finance support nature-based solutions in UAE, and what role can they play in promoting and driving sustainable development? Thank you. I'll try my best with this one. I'm nowhere near an expert as Dr. Adnan is, mashallah. But essentially, Islamic finance provides a very good opportunity to address the gap that we see from a funding perspective for climate mitigation and adaptation projects. We know that there are a number of projects out there that need to get financed, and the gap is only getting bigger and bigger. And from an Islamic finance perspective, there's an opportunity to address nature-based solutions as well from two perspectives. So one, looking at initial grant financing to actually test the feasibility of projects on the ground that can then be scaled up and made bankable. But also then from a longer term investment perspective in those projects that do get commercialized at the end of the day. So what we know is, on one hand, you've got a number of projects that need to be financed, again, from a nature and climate portfolio. But secondly, when speaking to financial institutions, we see that there's a very big gap. And the gap is that they're telling us that we don't get to see enough projects that come our way that meet this particular agenda or topic that hits that mark from an environmental conservation standpoint, but that are also at that commercial readiness stage. So financial institutions have a mandate, right? So they cannot invest in projects unless they are bankable and they're commercialized. So this is where there's an opportunity, even from an NGO perspective, to look at how do we catalyze the mobilization of finance towards nature-based solutions by bringing on board a number of different stakeholders. But also, if you don't have projects, fine, we'll build the projects, right? So let's create the pipeline. And let's create the
pipeline with the local communities. So it's important to have access to blended finance and have access to initial grant financing to be able to work with local communities and address what is the challenge. So in the UAE specifically, and I'll talk about that as opposed to the Asia Pacific region, but in the UAE, what are the gaps in for example? What are the gaps in Abu Dhabi with regards to the restoration and long-term management of their coastal ecosystems? How do we then work with the local communities to design and test the technical feasibility of those projects being scaled up and reaching that bankable stage? And then how do we monitor them as well so that we can garner further interest from investors to put in place long-term finance? So this is where that opportunity lies. And when you're looking at the UAE landscape specifically in our marine habitats, and as Sheikh was mentioning, our mangroves, and you are looking at nature-based solution opportunities linked to ecotourism. You're looking at projects that can be linked to enhancing food and water security. And those are the main areas that we're trying to assess. So there are a number of different business innovation ideas that can come into play and that can be commercialized and financed in the long term.
Yeah, very true, Your Excellency. I'll stay with you and I'll ask the question that orients about research. I know that Emirates Nature undertakes a significant amount of research to understand the unique natural landscape in this part of the world. So how do you, organizations, respective organizations, collaborate with academic and research institutions? And what is the role of university students and mentors to advance the science around conservation?
Thank you. Well, of course, collaboration is key to achieving conservation in the long run. As an NGO, our role is essentially to look at science-based research that helps us understand our unique habitats, that helps us understand how do local species actually thrive and survive within this large landscape, and how do we continue to make sure they're thriving. And this is where there's an opportunity, and we've been working with universities over our 22 years in the UAE, both local universities and international universities, to actually look at how we leverage off of different stakeholder skill sets, right? So how can we scale up projects on the ground? How do we utilize best practice and global best practice within the nature-based solutions field, since this topic and discussion today is focused around that. One of the things we've been exploring again in Nuaimi specifically is halophyte farming. So this is very interesting because we've partnered with the American University of Sharjah, we've also partnered with Oxford University, Rhode Island University, to actually assess, can we look at large-scale halophyte farming along the coastline of the UAE? So these are, halophytes are salt-tolerant plants that are found across the UAE coastline. And we're specifically looking at Salicornia with our partner ICBA, the International Center for Biosalmon and Agriculture. So it's very much led by them. And Salicornia is similar to seaweed. So we're looking at how can we regenerate Salicornia along the coastline, but then also look at it as a potential new food and animal commodity that can go onto the market and be commercialized. All of a sudden now you have a nature-based solution that it sequesters carbon, can be regenerated and reforested, but secondly, the local farmers can benefit from a new crop that's out in market if it becomes commercialized. So we're working on that particular solution within the local community. And the universities are helping us with technical analysis to see what are the specific halophyte species that we should be putting in place revegetation on, analyzing soil and water to see what are the best vegetation designs, and then actually monitoring it. So these are the sorts of ways in which we can engage with universities. And we've partnered actually with Ajman University in the past to develop a coastal marine habitat map for the Northern Emirates to help decision makers with their strategic design and thinking around urban planning. So there are a number of different ways.
Good, thank you for that. We've been highlighting also since morning the multi-approach strategies that we
itself is an interdisciplinary concern. So academia, industry, governmental, private, public, all should work along each other for better results, I believe. I'll go back to Mr. George. Mr. George, you've already introduced your project about the mangroves. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about the forest project, mangrove forest project that you are launching in line with the Year of Sustainability in UAE. And again, we focus back on the youth and the students and the young generations and how you see the youth and other nature enthusiasts that can contribute to these and have a major role in this particular project.
So as I mentioned before, in Azora, we do have a large area that grows mangrove. However, we do have as well some sort of areas which the water do not retain there. So it's kind of like a dry, or maybe it had before some mangrove. But now we're trying to re-engineer, replant actually these areas. One of the ideas that we are considering now on talking to a few partners of us, it's kind of like to launch kind of like a competition for students, universities, to come up with the best agriculture solution for these areas, to be able to grow mangrove in them. And I'm happy to hear that you have as well solutions, so definitely both ministries of climate can be as well support to us. And we wanted to not to be able, we could actually commission one of the global engineering company to do it for us. However, we wanted to have this as thanks to our country, to the UAE, and have the opportunity for the universities available around the UAE to come up with a solution and have part of the implementation. And as well, invite them to come and study, support, and implement these kind of projects. So we are very excited about them. And from the next, actually, season, we'll be opening the mangroves to all the students and all the schools to come, visit, learn. Of course, we have West, we have the golf course that helping us to educate actually the student from schools and universities to be aware and appreciating the mangrove and how important it is to the UAE climate. Of course, this is in support to all, leading to the commitment of the 100 million mangrove. Yes, we are a very small and very modest number that we're doing. We're aiming for another 500,000 trees. However, from our perspective, nothing is too small for a larger goal. So we're doing our best that we can do and support the COP28 and the environment goals set by the government. And this is, of course, we have Azora as well as our partners. We are partner with the Ajman government. So both the Sheikh Humaid vision is always to grow these kind of like mangrove. Our chairman, Sheikh Rashid, always mentioned and support us to increase the number, because this is always the ambition for Azora.
Thank you, Mr. George. I'll move back to Ms. Shaima. We're hearing lots of insightful and successful
Stories, but I'm sure that these come with some challenges. So what are the key challenges in implementing nature-based solutions in UAE, and what were the best approaches that were considered to overcome them?
Maybe you want to handle all, or I'll keep it for later.
Thank you. I think in terms of challenges we're facing to implement nature-based solution, it's a three-part problem. It will be water resources, and then you have land security. That's a huge problem that we're facing, and then we have the rapid urbanization that the UAE continuously goes through. So I think those are kind of the main problems that is facing in terms of implementing nature-based solution, and then the ways how we are thinking to kind of address that. For instance, we are trying to promote adapting innovative water management technology. For instance, using clean wastewater another kind of solution what we had in mind, which is encouraging research and development, because again, it's been addressed quite a lot in this forum. Research and development is quite a huge topic that needs to be addressed. So we need to utilize the NGOs, the research institutions, the different universities to kind of help us see the best way that we can address some of those challenges that we're facing, because we have the capability to kind of implement some of the policies that UAE can put forward. And I can say like another solution that we're looking for is the kind of individual part. So civil society and individual personal capability one can address. So we're looking to kind of encouraging a lot of advocacy, raising awareness with the civil society, with the youth, with the different community groups and communities in the UAE, for them to kind of recognize their own daily personal activities and its impact, and then how they can kind of adapt in a personal level nature-based solution for them to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. So the whole idea of the 3 R's, so the reuse, the recycle, and forgot the other word. Yes. So this kind of the way how we're looking at it. So we're kind of looking into integrating a nature-based solution in terms of urban planning, because we do recognize that we're facing a lot of urban heat issues in the UAE, and we do recognize that this kind of impacts biodiversity in the country. So kind of integrating more green species in the country or within the cities will help us kind of promote biodiversity enhancement or protection.
I think you partly answered already my last question, which was about how can individuals and civil society contribute to promoting and implementing nature-based solutions in the UAE. I don't know if you want to add something to that.
Can I just build up to what I was saying? Advocacy, raising awareness, education is a huge part to make sure that the community and civil society are able to play their part. Because we do recognize that there is a crucial part that they need to partake in an effort to kind of all of us transition equally towards the new world of the net zero or more resilience future in terms of climate change. So we do recognize this as a part that needs to address, and also in terms of kind of, again, changing their lifestyle. So their daily lifestyle needs to adapt to the new transition. So they need to kind of change their behaviors to align to more sustainable practices. And we do recognize that we're still facing not necessarily an issue, but we're still behind in terms of having the full community changing their behavior to align. So that's one element that kind of needs to address more effectively. Another one would be kind of participating in community-based, nature-based solution projects, for instance, cleanups. You do a lot of cleanup projects. So that's one of the activities that civil society community can participate in. And then you have the tree plantation. There's a lot of projects within the different emirates. So those are the type of projects that we always continuously want to promote for the civil society, for the youth, for the community to partake in order for them to be part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaima. I do agree with that. Sometimes, even myself coming from a science background, we focus on the technical parts, we focus on the science behind it, on the engineering, and the policy, but the majority of sustainability lies in behavior, actually, and maybe the percent of people that, or human resources that work on science and engineering might be much less compared to the general public that we have. So if we can also engage on the behavioral side, that will be, or that will lead
to a better impact, and they will feel that they are connected to the project and connected to their nature. With this, I would like to wrap up our panel discussion. I was happy to hear all these insightful initiatives. I think we're the only group on time, so maybe we get the opportunity to have any question if the audience has anything to add, or else I'll be glad to wrap up the session and thank my panelists. I think we're standing between them and the lunch, so everybody is in a hurry. Thank you very much again, Your Excellency, Ms. Layla Abdel-Latif, Mr. George Shahzad, as well as Ms. Shaima Rashid. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such an interesting session about nature-based solutions for climate. Thank you. We are pleased to have with us Dr. Kasia and Paul Stariker, who are Polish, British environmental artists and biophilic designers. They have recently relocated from the UK to the UAE, where they are now working to create a new genre of environment art based on trees native to the Middle East. Please come join us on the stage. Thank you. Pleasure. You can sit. So we can talk about it.
By applying Far Eastern miniaturization techniques to arrange trees that are important to the region historically, horticulturally, and religiously, it is their aim to reconnect people in the region with these important and holy trees in a new way by bringing them into homes, gardens, and cityscapes. They also hope that by utilizing these trees, their work will draw attention to their meaning outside of their native lands, thus encouraging a deeper awareness and appreciation of their cultural significance and the diversity of the natural world.
Through their work, they aim to bring people together and raise awareness about environmental issues, thus inspiring individuals to take an active role in protecting the environment and preserving the natural beauty of their lands with future generations. They believe that educationalists, designers, artists, and scientists, it is our responsibility to create environments that promote physical, mental, and emotional good health. And that is what they aim to do with their art and designs. Whether it becomes a commercial building, residential property, public space, or environmental sculpture, their stated goal is always the same: bringing the beauty of nature into people's lives in a way that is functional, sustainable, and meaningful.
Their art is unique, as are the qualifications and experience of Dr. Kasia, who combines a lifelong experience of bonsai and 2 PhDs, one in environmental engineering and one in landscape architecture. They are strong advocates of the importance of sustainability and the protection of our environment, and see their work as a way to bring people closer to nature, to appreciate its unparalleled beauty and the diversity, and to experience how just being connected to nature improves our quality of life. It is their stated hope that their work will inspire today's generations to take the actions necessary to ensure that our environment is protected so that future generations are able to experience its bounteous gifts and unparalleled beauty.
I believe now it's time to take a well-deserved lunch break. And before we take a lunch break, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. This break also offers, of course, a wonderful opportunity for you all to continue networking, exchange ideas, and discuss the morning sessions with fellow attendees. We will resume our program in 1 hour with more insightful presentations and discussions. Thank you.
pass from Fernando. This game is on fire! No way this is happening! Whoa! And Hungary is sent off! Great call by the referee. You're off your game when you're hungry.
دبل الحرارة ودبل القرمشة. ليز فليمن هوت من دجاج كنتاكي، حار نار، ما جربت هالشي من قبل.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to continue our program with the second presentation of the day. This session will explore more about the research in healthy buildings and indoor air quality, offering valuable insights and perspectives. Please join me in welcoming our presenter, Mr. Tahir Al-Danaf, Head of Interior Design, Lecturer, College of Architecture, Art and Design. Mr. Tahir Al-Danaf, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining, and thanks to Ajman University, of course, for organizing this nice and interesting event. Thanks to Ms. Maya Haddad for the great opportunity as well. How does it feel after the lunch? Okay, so our topic today is, let's say, part of what have been discussed earlier, but it's quite far but important at the same time, because we are addressing something that we are currently occupying and we are staying in. So what's ahead, what we're going to discuss on this topic for today. I'll try to be short to the maximum. I know it took a long time and we had some overlap. So why is a healthy building important in schools and the indoor air quality, of course? As we all know, just to brief you quickly, the indoor air quality and healthy building has been categorized one of the top 5 environmental risks by the WHO. World Health Organization. And this has been highlighted largely by researchers and industry in the recent years because it's part of our indoor environment that we are currently occupying. So the research of healthy building and indoor environment seeks to improve the comfortable of the indoor environment in general. Indoor air quality refers to the quality of the air inside also the building that affect our productivity and health and well-being as well. To focus on the area of schools, actually, there are several reasons, but to start from the research part, we can see that this has been heavily researched topic recently, globally actually, and as my colleagues who were presenting for today said, we have to start to move from theory to application. We have to start to take actions, and this is what is really happening. So children are more sensitive than us in the atmospheric pollution. That's why it's a really interesting topic to be researched. They breathe higher volumes, of course, and their immune system is growing. Definitely, this will give us and open a gate to a lot of opportunities to learn about the indoor environment. In addition to the time they spend, the time of exposure spent inside the schools and nurseries are like 8-9 hours a day, so I think it's worth it to learn about it. The indicator in this research actually is that the acceptable air quality in any building or indoor space required to have more than 80% satisfactory levels between the users, which is very high percentage actually. And it's not impossible, of course, it's possible to be achieved. Therefore, this requires a lot of attention from us as a researcher, educator, and even as a professional in the industry. Research in healthy building air quality requires some identification, of course. Before to start getting into research, we need to identify the main sources of pollutant. And this usually starts from the outdoor pollutant levels. We have to learn more about the outdoor environment, the indoor ventilation system, the HVAC, and the school activities or the project activities that we are studying, because this applies even for workspaces maybe or offices. A quick example here that this figure to the left here, air pollution level that was captured last week. This is addressing Sharjah city, actually, the forecast of the pollutant in the city itself. It shows that the pollution level is moderate on that date. Here we are talking about one day, 24 hours. To the right here, we can see that the air quality level in Sharjah between the 2018 till 2020. We can see that in 2018, the particulate matter level was above 35, which is above the normal average. That has to be maximum 12.5 to 13. And we see that in 2019, it starts to drop until it reaches to 2020. This tells what? That, of course, the area 2019, 2020, it was the occurrence of the COVID. So definitely the pollution has dropped due to the less human interfering. So less activities by human. definitely we have better air quality in the outdoor. Of course, this is not considered a polluted city, but there are so many aspects that we need to look at. When we start looking at the outdoor air quality, we look at the location of the building, whether it is interacted or integrated with the industrial area, or it is in a greenery area, and so on. Jumping into the indoor air pollutants, the cause of indoor air pollution, of course, is a combination of the material, physical, the chemical, and the biological factors. So our role as a researcher and educator is also to address these topics widely in order to prepare our indoor environment for a better, comfortable levels. Several pollutants have been reported also that exist and correlate with the classrooms, such as the bacteria, molds. Here we're talking about the biological contaminants, the volatile organic compounds, the gases, the chemicals, in addition to the HVAC systems. So definitely research also has proven that there is a strong correlation in the onset of health problems for kids in the school due to the children exposure to some poor conditions. I'm not talking in UAE, we're saying globally here. Now, to start applying this, in the recent year, Ajman University and the College of Architecture, Art and Design started a collaboration with Technical University of Denmark, and it's a collaborative research about indoor air quality of schools in Europe and UAE. We are trying to compare between two different cultures, two different environments, two different contexts, learn from the methodology that is applied there and that is applied in the UAE. Of course, you know that there is a difference in the ventilation system. There is a difference also in the seasons between here and Europe, so we are trying to look at different parameters. The objective of this research is, as I've said, evaluating and assessing the school indoor environment and the determination of the correlation between the indoor environment parameters, the people perception, how people are perceiving the space or the student, and the characteristic of the HVAC system. Last is evaluating the effect of ventilation strategies applied, whether it is natural ventilation or artificial. So a quick brief about the phases of the research. We are going to do two phases. Actually, one of the phases has been done, which is the winter campaign. We already completed 15 schools in the UAE, measuring 15 schools, and we completed measuring 15 schools in Europe. And now we will start to approach the summer campaign because we have different context and different weather. The phases of the research, of course, it's a huge collaborative research between different countries, and more than 4 or 5 expertise are involved in research. The phase 3 is the data analysis that we are now starting in for the winter campaign that has been completed. Hopefully by the coming September, we will be able to complete the summer phase. The good thing is about this research is, of course, as we said, assessing and evaluating two different contexts, culture and countries, but the awareness, and this is what I always say to my student in the class, awareness and behavior is very important. Personally speaking, from my personal experience in the measuring field or in the measurement field or the field work, it was very hard to convince school to take part in this research. However, the research is very clear, it's not against anyone, but due to the lack of awareness, we faced a lot of obstacles until we reach into a place or agreement with schools to be part of this interesting research. So, of course, the general, let's say, practice or best practice that can be help in improving the indoor air quality is the regular maintenance to HVAC, increased ventilation, type of finishes that are used in the interior. We need to monitor the humidity levels permanently, conduct regular inspection and maintenance. Last but not least, the student and the staff who are in the schools, awareness and behavior is very, very important. And let's hope that we will meet soon with you, and I will let you know about the data that will be generated from the schools. and I'm sure it will be something interesting that we will all learn from. I'm sorry, I tried to be shorter to the maximum because we have some overlaps in the timing. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you so much, our distinguished panel. Your insights have been truly valuable. It is my pleasure to introduce our third presentation of the day, which promises to further expand our knowledge to the role of energy efficiency in achieving net zero targets. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Majd Fayyad, DSM Strategy and Policy Lead, Dubai Supreme Council of Energy.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I believe it's too late now. I'll be very brief in my presentation, but I would like also to mention to Mr. Tahir that 3 years ago there has been also a study on indoor air quality conducted by Emirates Green Building Council and Same Domain, so I thought to share that with you. So I'm very pleased to be part of this event, and my presentation, I'll be talking about the demand-side management strategy in Dubai, the role of energy efficiency in achieving net zero transition, and the approach, Dubai's approach to advancing and accelerating energy efficiency levels. Few words about the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy. The Dubai Supreme Council of Energy is the governing body tasked with policy and strategy development of the energy sector in Dubai. This includes the supply of energy, energy demand, and emissions. We plan and facilitate, alongside with our member entities, the strategic initiatives related to the energy sector. So you might have heard of the Clean Energy Strategy in Dubai, the Dubai Integrated Energy Strategy, Demand-Side Management Strategy, and many others. In recent years, we've seen a rise in the global efforts towards net zero. In fact, there are more than 140 countries that have either proposed or set targets towards net zero. The UAE, I'm sure you've heard from His Excellency this morning that the UAE has proposed and pledged its net zero targets by 2050. What is alarming, despite of all of these global efforts, is that scientists are still announcing that we need to do more in terms of net zero and the climate crisis. In fact, last March, the scientists of IPCC issued the final warning. They called it the final warning on climate crisis. So obviously, we need to accelerate our net zero efforts as soon as possible. The good news here is that net zero would not cause an economic contraction. In fact, net zero would offer a lot of economic opportunities in terms of job growth and GDP growth. To realize this potential, we require everyone, all stakeholders, to be part of it. Net zero is not the responsibility only of policymakers, not the responsibility of only investors, but also the responsibility of all stakeholders, including private sector, businesses, industries, and the public. In Dubai, we walk the talk, and we've took decisive actions to align with the climate action and to align with the UAE's net zero pledge. In 2021, the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy have issued the resolution number 6, which puts Dubai, where we align or commit to net zero emissions on the level of the Emirate by 2050. To achieve net zero, we need to decarbonize all sectors. And this includes the most emitting sectors, including power and water, transportation, manufacturing, and waste. On the power and water side, the solution is easy. We need to capitalize on the solar potential in the UAE, on solar PV, reverse osmosis for water, focusing also on hydrogen, green hydrogen, carbon capture in the future. On the transport side, switching to public transport, metro, tram, public transportation, as well as focusing on the efficiency of vehicles, efficiency of fuel, as well as switching to electric and hybrid vehicles. On the building side, the solution is very clear: net zero energy and net zero carbon buildings, as well as retrofitting existing buildings to achieve net zero, with a special focus on cooling, because cooling contributes to 70% of the electricity consumption in buildings. The good news here is that these solutions exist, and these solutions are cost effective. As you can see in this chart, the blue bar graph represents the cost effective solutions. And these solutions exist across energy, buildings, and transport. Energy efficiency will play a significant role in achieving net zero. We should not only focus on switching to renewables, but we also need to focus on our energy consumption. In fact, a strong and early focus on energy efficiency would help us in achieving net zero faster. Why? Because energy efficiency offers 40% of the carbon abatement required by 2040. And we can double the rate of energy efficiency by just focusing and implementing of the existing technologies, the existing cost-effective technologies. We don't need to rely on new technologies, on hydrogen, or any other technologies that are still emerging. We can upscale the existing cost-effective, technologically feasible technologies. And we need to do that across sectors. We need to focus on buildings. From the building side, we need to reduce 30 to 50% of the building energy use. On the industry side, we need also, we can achieve some emission saving by focusing on energy efficiency by 25 to 30% in aluminum, cement, and paper manufacturing. On the transport, other than switching to electric and hybrid vehicles, we can reduce the fuel demand through controlling the speed limits, controlling the vehicle maintenance. These would definitely result in significant reductions in fuel consumption as well as the emissions reduction. In Dubai, we consider energy efficiency as an essential tool to achieving carbon neutrality targets. Dubai has a strong strategic and policy framework for resource sustainability with several strategies. You can see we have the strategy focusing on clean energy. We have a target of 25% solar by 2050, 100% clean energy by 2050, and on the carbon side, reducing 30% of the emissions by 2030. On the demand side management side, we have a target of reducing 30% of our energy and water consumption by 2030. To achieve that, we've been focusing on several areas and several programs under the umbrella of the demand side management strategy. So first of all, increasing the efficiency, water and energy efficiency of new buildings through building regulations and compliance, thus positioning Dubai to transition to net zero carbon buildings in the future. On the building retrofit side, we're focusing on improving the energy efficiency of existing buildings, and our target here is to retrofit 30,000 buildings by 2030. Also increasing the efficiency of outdoor lights, promoting efficient cooling, district cooling primarily, driving the adoption of higher efficiency appliances, air conditioning units, industry equipment to meet with minimum requirements of energy labels and standards, promoting the use of solar photovoltaic systems on buildings through Shams Dubai program, protecting groundwater and increasing the use of recycled water, as well as increasing the penetration of electric and hybrid vehicles. In terms of achievements, as of 2021, we have reduced, or we have achieved 32 billion terawatt hours of savings on the electricity consumption, 52 billion imperial gallons on water, which definitely translates into monitoring savings in terms of operational savings as well as capital savings of 9 billion dirhams since implementation, since 2011. Another key achievement is the reduction of the energy and water use per capita figures in Dubai by 17% and 21% compared to 2010 figures. On the transport side, Dubai Supreme Council of Energy launched the Dubai Green Mobility Initiative with the main objective of promoting the use of electric and hybrid vehicles, as well as reducing the carbon emissions from the road transport sector and improving air quality. The model created here focuses on mandating a minimum purchase for government authorities on green vehicles, or what we call hybrid and electric vehicles. The current target is 10% hybrid and electric for government authorities, to be increased to 20% by 2025 and 30% after 2030. In terms of achievements, we have currently in Dubai more than 31,000 vehicles on the road that are electric and hybrid. More than half of these vehicles are electric vehicles. And as you can see here, the blue bars represent the electric vehicles contribution. You can see that 5 years ago, 83% of the vehicles were hybrid and 17% were electric. However, the electric vehicles contribution or penetration have increased exponentially during the last couple of years, or even doubled between 2022 and 2021, which is really a great result to see from a successful implementation of the strategy. On the government level, we've seen that the government authorities exceeded the 10% target to 14%. These achievements and the achievements of the demand-side management strategy are definitely demonstrate the effectiveness of the strategy, as well as the effectiveness of and successes of the implementation. I'm completely sure that there's a lot more to be done as we aim to increase to meet our net zero targets. We need to accelerate, as I mentioned, the energy efficiency programs that we have. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? I'm not sure. Do we have any questions? There is a question, sir. I'm not sure if... Yeah, we can. Yeah, so definitely, what energy efficiency globally, what energy efficiency and renewable energy technologies can provide is 55% of the carbon reduction targets. However, if we want to tackle the 45%, which is half of the picture, we need to consider circularity. In terms of circular economies, as the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy 3 years ago established a new committee, the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy Circular Economy Committee, which is composed of private and public sector representatives. And the main objective of this committee, first of all, is to align with the UAE's efforts on circularity, but also to advance circular economy principles in Dubai. And this is done through policy and regulation, through incentives, through awareness projects, conferences like this, and other policy mechanisms. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Majd Fayyad, for this insightful presentation. Your expertise has truly inspired us today. I am excited to present our third panel discussion titled Renewable Energy Future Between Academia and Industry. Join me in welcoming the moderator, Dr. Rahaf Ajaj, Assistant Professor, Environment, Health and Safety, Abu Dhabi University, and UAE Chapter Leader, Women in Renewable Energy Canada, and our esteemed panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to welcome you to our panel discussion on the future of renewable energy, where we bring together distinguished speakers and experts from academia and industry to discuss opportunities and challenges toward transition toward a more sustainable future. So we all know that the world faces pressing environmental issues and economic concerns, and the role of renewable energy, such as solar, wind, hydro, and other sources, is becoming increasingly important. So with the growing demand of clean and affordable energy, the renewable energy sector has been expanding rapidly. This will create more jobs opportunities and driving innovation in technology and, for sure, policy. However, there are still significant difficulties that need to overcome. So our panelists bring diverse perspectives and expertise from the academic and also the industry, and will share their insights on current state of renewable sector. So please let me welcome our panelists. I will start by Mr. Ashley Prine. Mr. Ashley Prine has a mechanical engineering background, working within the cement manufacturing industry. He has 30 years of experience working in Southeast Asia, Africa, and Europe for international organizations, working as senior operational roles ranging from cement plant manager, industrial director, and managing director. Also, please welcome Dr. Ahmed Awan. Dr. Ahmed is working as associate professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Ajman University. He has received PhD degree in electrical engineering from University of Lorraine, France, and he has more than 15 years of research and teaching experience and published more than 60 research articles. Also, please welcome Ms. Dina Avivanova. Ms. Dina Avivanova is a global head of sustainability. Her focus areas include corporate long-term sustainability strategy, responsible sourcing, sustainable food systems, climate-efficient solutions, and more. She gained 10 years of extensive experience in sustainability, leading climate programs and sustainability transformation in Europe and Central Asia cluster. And we want to welcome Mr. Musbah Abu Jarad. Mr. Abu Jarad is currently leading the Integrated Facility Management, Handover and Sustainability Division as Executive Director at Provost State Management. Mr. Musbah holds a master's degree in quality management from the University of Wollongong, and he previously held several roles at ADNOC during his 7 years of experience, including leading the drilling services contracts team at ADNOC Offshore, as also well as leading the first integrated drilling contract in Abu Dhabi. So welcome and thank you very much.
So we hope that the discussion now will spark new ideas, new collaboration, and new partnerships for a more sustainable future.
So my first question, maybe it will be just more general, and it will be for all the panelists, because we know that renewable energy brought a lot of opportunities. But on the other hand, it also brought a lot of challenges. So in your opinion, what are the key challenges that face the renewable energy industry today? And how can academic and industry work together in order to overcome these challenges?
Thanks a lot for Ajman University allowing us to share some of the experience and practices that we're going through. And I believe one of the biggest challenges right now we are looking at is the lack of information across the different industries and the different targets. There are different targets, different industries, and at the same time, the lack of baselines to start with. Benchmarking, who are we benchmarking ourselves to? You can't just compare an oil and gas emissions and energy targets to building or even automotive targets. So all these need to be put whenever we're discussing the energy targets and the baselines, and these are the challenges that we are looking at right now.
The main thing which I feel that like in the existing system we are, so there is industry and they have already energy supplied from the centralized system. So if the industry need to go for the distributed generation, so the first thing is which comes the awareness plus the heavy investment which we will be doing. So from that thing we need to have the relevance of like sort of economic as well. If they just are their local generation, is it economically feasible for them? So we need to conduct some more economic feasibility studies as well, which would give a good insight to the industry that like if they install their local generation, then how long it will take to get the payback. So like for example, if they go for the photovoltaic generation, so average life of photovoltaic is around 25 years. Plus, of course, we need to change few equipment on the way, but the return on investment and the payback period, if it is like 8 years, 7 years, then definitely it is economically way feasible than the existing system. So this awareness need to be provided to the university, through the university and academia to the industry based on the existing research.
Well, let me start with the positive context. I believe it's amazing how the regional landscape is not supporting this energy transformation. With COP coming, with government support, with the focus of so many stakeholders, it's really accelerating the transformation, both in private sector and public sector. But coming back to your question regarding challenges, maybe I will name just two practical ones. For instance, we have among our 10 sustainability programs a critical group. Of course, one of them is energy. Evidently, with two focus areas, energy efficiency and renewable energy share. And when it comes to renewable energy share in many countries, including UAE, including Egypt, and other countries that we operate in, there are limitations, regulatory limitations. There are technical limitations, so we don't have a lot of space to utilize in terms of solar panel installations. And even though if you come back, there are technical legislative regulations which limit case now in terms of trucks, not lightweight vehicles, but bigger vehicles for shipment. It's not easy actually to find those electric vehicles. So we are now trying to find options to test, and there's not a lot of offer in the market. Or when you switch to biofuels, this is less affordable, this is a pressure on consumer prices that we don't want to put on communities, right? And also in some aspects, it's in a way competing with food, right? Because it comes from crops, and in some cases it can compete with food for people, as a source. So just some examples of what we're practically facing.
Thank you. I agree with you. There are some great examples out there now, but in terms of the challenges, I think it was mentioned earlier the high capital cost of some of these initiatives. That is definitely a barrier. The business that I'm involved in is a good example of that, and also our customers is a good example of where capital costs are high, but also, probably more importantly, technical knowledge of how to implement and use these. I'm talking about alternative fuels in this instance. There's a distinct lack, there's a gap in knowledge. So that availability, and it's there, it's in the world, it's in Europe, it's in America, it's in Southeast Asia. We just need to tap into that quicker, I believe, is really important.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights about the concerns and the challenges in the renewable energy sector. So to be more specific, maybe having an example from your own companies, like a case study would be great, so we can share it with everyone. So maybe this question will go to Mr. Musbah Abu Jawad. So the mission statement of Provis, it's like priority as providing sustainable added value to stakeholder assets. Now, how can Provis and along with the academic work together in order to ensure that their projects are sustainable and they have positive impact on environment and local communities while using the usage of renewable energy?
So I believe the fact of understanding our complete pillars and the dependency on the customers as the focus has to be well established on how we collaborate and cooperate with academia and all other stakeholders within the market. Academia brings to us one of the most tangible assets that we continue, the employees that would come, the alumni that comes out of all these universities and institutes that will be part of the working force. So one of the collaboration ideas would be the common goals of academia and business that serves the customers towards the end. Academia brings on a huge R&D capabilities as well that could be utilized. We bring the practice, we bring the market availability where we could apply possible R&Ds and possible pilot projects that could be utilized as well. In addition to that, it would be great where academia is looking on where would the market focus would be in the future and aligned to it. So the programs that goes into universities are aligned to what the market needs in the future. We are in lack of energy engineers. We are in need of huge sustainable other mandates, and sustainability is not only energy. It goes even beyond that. Finance sustainability is one of the lack majors that does not exist right now in most of our universities. Focusing on the human factor as well, communities that we are serving, residents that we are serving, all the different retailers that we are serving across our portfolio of assets, all that need to be put through the sustainable mandates that connects to the different SDGs that we agreed on, we complied to, and how it could be collaborated. So common goals need to be addressed, defined, similar events where universities and other institutes are collaborating with business partners from the market, all of that with the purpose of serving the customers. Towards the end, we are a business-oriented company where we have to serve a wider customers on the ground, and that will come through collaboration across similar events and similar activities in Ajman or in other areas as well.
So as I listen to your concern, Mr. Ajad, I can see the gap between the academy and the industry.
So this maybe will lead me to the next question, to Dr. Ahmed. So Dr. Ahmed, how can the industry influence academic research? So in order to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of, like specifically renewable energy technologies, and what are the steps that can be taken to ensure that the research is translated to practical application that the industry can have use of it? Thank you.
Actually, yes, we already discussed that there is a gap between industry and academia. So, normally industry, they face some problems during the processes, like they have energy shortage and how to meet the energy demand using green resources. So, if there are other technical problems, so the industry could reach to the universities. We have like our graduates, for example, we have graduation projects, which is a capstone, and the student has gone through all the theoretical courses. So, like instead of working on the general projects, which comes from the instructor or the students, it would come from the industry and student will work on that. This is one of the aspects. Another aspect is the more advanced focused research, industry could provide some funding, which is very important for the research. So in this way, like we can hire some researchers and some PhD students, which would focus on problem-based research, which is exactly focused on the need of the industry. So these would be some of the options.
Thank you very much,
Dr. Ahmed. As we are speaking about the challenges, or continuing speaking about the challenges,
so now the gap and how we can like recover or pay that. We still have also some other concerns that we, like Mr. Ajman mentioned, when it comes to the cost, right? Economic concerns that also link to the renewable energy. So now one of the most innovative solutions is to convert municipal waste, solid waste to energy. So such innovative technology come at high cost for sure. So how can Emirates RDF and academia ensure that renewable energy projects are cost effective and also financially viable? And what innovations are needed in order to reduce the cost in your opinion, Mr. Rashid?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think let me just explain very quickly about Emirates RDF. So we take municipal solid waste and we turn it into a fuel for the cement industry here in the Northern Emirates. So this tissue now is going to be in my plant tomorrow and in the cement factory on Friday. We take all of the waste from Ajman and Nuaimi, so that's up to about 1,300 tonnes a
Thank you very much. So we'll continue with the more sustainable concept and innovation. And my question now to Ms. Dina. So how do you apply the sustainable concept of farm-to-fork strategy? I'm really interested to know about that and how you apply it to the 10 sustainable programs with focus on renewable energy.
Thank you for the question. That's true. We are considering the whole value chain in terms of understanding our impacts, in terms of decision making and shifting to more sustainable practices in business. We have just 30th of March finalized our first corporate footprint assessment across all the scopes. So now we know exactly, really from farm or plantation, not only to fork, but to the end of life of the product, what is our real impact, first of all, in terms of climate footprint. And we are now very clear where are the hotspots, and now we can build a roadmap beyond scope 1 and 2, beyond our own operations, which is very important because whatever you fine-tune in your own operations, it doesn't mean that another impact couldn't have been happening outside, upstream or downstream of the chain. So something helping you to reduce your direct impact can have an opposite impact in terms of the material you are choosing and so on and so on. So this holistic approach is the right approach, and energy is evidently part of it. So our energy program is, as said, energy efficiency stream, where we started with signing partnerships with Siemens for our 3 production facilities in UAE. We are now running, it's work in progress, energy efficiency projects with this strong partner. And in terms of renewable energy, we have now already 5 operational installations across our geography. And during this fiscal year, another 4 will become operational, and the pipeline is much more than that. We will share many more details very soon in our first ever public sustainability report that will come to life around autumn this year.
Promising, thank you very much. So that's correct, we have a lot of concern, but there are a lot of hopes and innovation in place that will come to cause all these concerns. Maybe the last question, I'm really interested to have all your insightful comments on it. Like, we know that there are problems, and we as academic institution want to prepare the students with good competencies to be qualified to work and solve these concerns. So this question may be for everyone. So what do you think type of competency or skills or even the training programs that are needed for our students so they can, let's say, be ready to overcome all these challenges that you have mentioned?
Thanks, Dr. I believe, in fact, looking at the product that comes out of universities, being well-equipped and ready students to serve the market has to happen while the students are in university. So they have actually to look at the programs, the academia's requirements that matches the market requirements. I hate to say the fact that 15 to 20% of what we study in universities might at the best be applied in our industry or in our career life. Because what really goes there is more into practice and more into experience. So internship programs, academia programs has to match what the market needs, and not what it needs right now, no. What it might need in the coming 5 or 10 years time. And at the same time, there should be some sort of direction of how many goes into that specific major to serve the purpose. I mean, we are immediately in lack of energy engineers, I agree, but at the same time, we don't want to have a service of energy engineers in 10 years' time where we will find them not finding any jobs as well. So it has to be looked at comprehensively with what the market is developing and what the market is needing. But as much as it sounds to be hard to be planned, it is time to act on it. It's It's time to leave the hopes a little bit away because we have great hopes, we have lots of hopes, and it's time to act. We need immediately to act, collaborate between different industries, academias. UAE is full of great universities and institutes that are internationally recognized right now that could bring as well other practices academia-wise from other universities. They can go and collaborate with other universities that are keen into certain fields and bring it to the local market requirements.
Well, I can give some examples. At IFCO in the year 19, there was one person in sustainability based in Indonesia. In the year 21, I was hired. Today we are a team of 4 people and I'm hiring now 3 more. All in all, 7 dedicated people fully working only on sustainability, covering all of our geographies. It's quite a diverse company, but the biggest part of the business is here in UAE anyway. And now I have these open vacancies, positions. 2 will be here in UAE, and I know I will not find anyone. This is a problem. There is a demand, and it's growing fast for this sustainability expertise, but there's no expertise here yet still. And I think it's an amazing opportunity both for universities and for the students to jump into this race now, because it will be an amazing career for a student. And if a university, Ajman University or another university, will become that supplier of the best expertise in the field, this will be growing so fast you cannot imagine. I was witnessing that in Europe, I was witnessing that in Russia. I know the acceleration will be amazing. So these are practical examples. What I'm looking now, for instance, today, specific skills on carbon data capturing when we translate all the data in the systems in the company into CO2. So it's partially technical, it's on the edge between IT analysis and sustainability. So this is my current need, and I'm really thinking, how do I get a person? I know I will hire someone passionate, and I will have to educate the person myself. Don't know when, but anyway. So this is an example. Practical current steps could be, there is a very well recognized global platform, Cambridge Institute of Sustainability Leadership. It is part of Cambridge University. Ajman University or another university could partner, could build something in collaboration, could upskill your students, even now already. So they are doing amazing courses recognized everywhere in the world. So students can go there, or the university can establish something in partnership, or establish something on your own, similar, just taking best practices. And another thing is, there is a very, very good platform. It's called Climate Fresk, Fresk. I think it's so open, it's even educating facilitators for free. And there is also big demand. It's a very interesting concept, how to engage private sector people and senior management into climate agenda. And this is where evidently universities can also jump in together with the students and provide these facilitators to the market, because I have to bring someone else again, import, which I don't want. I want to support local communities.
Thank you very much for mentioning Climate Fresk. I already attended their training, and yes, you can be a facilitator if you attended specific sessions with Maya.
That's a very good example. Thank you very much also for the first example. That's great.
In order to well prepare graduates, the first thing we need to do is we need to increase interaction with the industry, with the academia. We can take different steps, like we can invite people from industry to the university, so they can students can interact, they will know the market, and also we should arrange board visits to
panel, but I think we need to close it. There's more time for questions. Thank you very much, the panelists, for the great discussion.
Thank you very much for the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your valuable perspectives and insights. We have now reached our final roundtable discussion of the day titled Youth Empowerment Towards COP28 and a More Sustainable Future, moderated by Ms. Maya Haddad, Sustainability Manager at Ajman University. Enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, Lara, for the introduction. Well, I'm really happy to see such an enthusiastic crowd. After a long day, you really lasted until the last session. Thank you so much. Yes, you deserve an applause. Well, this session is very dear to my heart because I have attended COP27 and I've seen the youth involvement in COP27. Every single volunteer, everywhere, was a student. And I was really impressed, and I wish to see the same concept applied in COP28, and that's why we are here. We are promoting youth empowerment and involvement in sustainability and COP28. Without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage. Mr. Rabia Al-Khokhash, the Chief Operating Officer of Ajman University. Professor Humaid Al-Siyuf, Director of Sustainability, University of Sharjah. Ms. Emily Stott, who is joining us remotely from the University of Oxford. Ms. Emily is a research coordinator for the Nature Positive Universities with the United Nations Environment Program at the University of Oxford. Hi, Emily. Ms. Hind Al-Huwaidi, Managing Director of BIA Education. Mr. Antonios Fouloudis, Director of Sustainability and Stewardship, New York University, Abu Dhabi. And last but not least, Ms. Obi Tawusi, HSE Lead from Sharjah National Oil Corporation.
Finally, we ended up having many efforts that should be on paper-based processes and transactions in order to promote this sustainability concept. So we work across different levels in order to promote the concept of sustainability, but first we had to educate all stakeholders about the importance of such concept and maintaining such environment.
Thank you, Mr. Rabir, for sharing such exciting news of what Ajman University is doing related to sustainability.
Moving on to another well-known university in this field. I really had the pleasure in participating in one of the workshops with the University of Sheikh, and I've seen the level that they have reached related to sustainability. Professor Humaid, I would like to tell me how can sustainability circles be used to foster collaboration and partnerships across different sectors and stakeholders, including businesses, government agencies, and civil society organizations.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to thank Ajman University for giving me this opportunity to speak about a hot topic, sustainability, and how we can work together to achieve these results, inshallah. Actually, as you know, this is the year of sustainability in the country, and we are hosting COP28. This means that all organizations have to work toward race to zero, and we can see many organizations already land and submit their reports. The University of Sheikh is one of these universities or organizations that have submitted and published their report by end of March. And as you can see, we have scored 1, 2, and 3. And as was mentioned previously, a lot of work should be done there. This means that every organization that is concerned about sustainability has to work and engage everybody at the organization. And from here, engagement. How can we engage everybody at the organization? This is the start. And inclusiveness. How can I include everybody, because achieving excellent results needs everybody. That's why from my experience, I started my career in industry for 6 years. I noticed something that when I start with an initiative or something, a new project, the response from the people is not high if they are not involved from the beginning. And this leads us to the discussion that we had today, for example, about top-down, bottom-up approach. So my emphasis here is that we have to work with the bottom-up, up-down approach. We have to have the leadership committed to support, but on the other hand, we cannot impose solutions to organizations and we have resistance to change. That's why we have to build the right environment in our organization. This is the start. From here, I came up with a new concept. We established the Society Office in 2017. We did benchmark, and we agreed that we have to have a dedicated journal. But to do that, we need to have engagement with everybody. From Toyota, for example, total quality management. Total quality management concept, Toyota, in the 1960s, they were poor quality. But how did they manage to achieve this quality now? Because of many tools. One of them is called quality circles. So I worked this concept. I call it sustainability circles. So to answer your question, I will just give a brief introduction about what is sustainability circles. It is adapted from quality circles, where if we have a challenge or a problem, we need to have people who are interested to work, not forced. And this is what they used. They have, after the working hours, they sit together, voluntarily discuss, identify the problems, analyze them, find solutions, and then supplement them to the top management to be implemented. And this is simply the idea. We developed what we call sustainability circles. Now, started with 20 circles. Now we have this year 34 different sustainability circles, covering mainly energy, transportation, water. We have our leader, Dr. Rashid, the leader of water sustainability circles, animal welfare, circuits. Now, my suggestion is that on one hand, come up to that. We have good experience at the university. On the other hand, we have a gap between academia and industry. In order to bridge this gap, we can exchange experience. My suggestion is that have something like this or different, but achieving the same goal, engaging people at all organizations like sustainability circuits. You can identify the problems, analyze them, and giving up brainstorming with solutions. Now, these solutions, these are problems because we need investment, we need technical solutions. But we can share our experience. So, for example, today we have seen universities, we are good in research, we are good in introducing new technology, we have seen examples of this. But the industry, they don't have the time for this. We can collaborate. We can also, the government can support. Sometimes we need to have regulations. For example, today, Mr. Ashley here mentioned about waste. Because it is not sorted. For example, I lived in Sweden, we sort everything from the beginning, but we sort it because we are forced to do that. If I don't sort, I will pay the cost for the container. So we need to change our regulations and so on. My suggestion is that implementing something like sustainability circuits, collaboration between all the relevant stakeholders, through what we call it triple helix or quadruple helix framework, which is also proved to connect all these, and we have many ways to find common problems, common goals. Then we can discuss how can we collaborate to achieve the results that we are and we have to achieve by 2050 or 2030. Thank you very much.
That was really insightful, Professor Humaid. And before I move to Ms. Emily, I would like to ask you a very quick question. Can everyone join your sustainability circles?
Yes, of course. This is open for everybody. We can share knowledge and experience. We have, for example, this year, tourism sustainability circle. We have external members from other international. We are also, by the way, I just mentioned that using this methodology, we achieve excellent results. We are number one in the country for the 6th year in a row in green ranking. We are the first university in the region, in the Middle East to achieve gold in STARS ranking. And if I have time, I can come to this, how can we utilize it. It is open for everybody. It is open for the industry. Now we have supervising one PhD students with charge of responsibility to implement it at charge of responsibility. It means the same concept, it can be implemented everywhere with industry, and I can claim that it can achieve great results.
That's amazing, Professor Humaid, and really inspiring to all of us to really apply the concept of sustainability circle everywhere. Moving on to Miss Emily. Miss Emily, you are joining us from the UK, from the University of Oxford.
Ms. Emily is really active in the field of environment and diversity. She was actually one of the pivotal members in launching the Nature Positive Alliance at COP15 in Montreal this December. Ms. Emily, can you share more insights about how can higher education institutions show leadership in climate and nature action?
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. So I'd like to invite universities to lead by example and to walk the talk or get their own house in order, as we say in the UK, by addressing their own impacts on the climate and nature. It's nice to follow from Professor Humaid, who mentioned the race to zero. So I feel like there's a huge opportunity here for leadership, for universities to take the role by addressing their own impacts, to demonstrate to our staff, our students, and all of the communities we interact with the rapid decarbonisation that all sectors must achieve. We're seeing currently news coming from India and Europe of just heat waves that we haven't seen before in April. And like, what does that mean for the summer? We've got to somehow as universities, be at the sort of front of thinking, use our bright minds to put across the urgency that we need to respond to, and really see our students as stakeholders who will inherit this world that we are creating. So many universities have already signed up to Race to Zero and will be focusing on efficiency to cut their carbon emissions and invest in renewables. So I would like to invite you to take the next step and recognize how the climate and ecological crises are interlinked, and commit also to a nature positive target or a net positive impact on biodiversity. So the network that Maya mentioned, we currently have 500 universities in our sort of broad network, and 130 of those, including Ajman University, have made a nature positive pledge, committing to work towards a sort of nature positive target like the Race to Zero for carbon. And we can do this in many ways. It's not too prescriptive. We can start by rewilding our campuses, looking at native planting suitable for local conditions and aware of the rainfall required to keep these things growing. And also by using native planting, we can support a range of other species. We can also consider nature-based solutions to benefit both climate and nature. But more importantly, focusing on the hidden costs of our supply chains, just like Scope 3 for carbon. We found at University of Oxford, when we looked at our operations, we looked at the activities and did quite a detailed study looking at all of the things that the university does, from the paper we buy, the IT equipment we use, the food that we consume on campus, the travel that we take, even the cloud computers needed to replace the paper that we're cutting paper use. We can see this as our biodiversity footprint. And this kind of accounting is similar to carbon accounting. We've published this sort of in a Nature paper, and it's publicly available, these methods. And I think it provides a great opportunity to train our students by engaging them in the results, to sort of see their university publicly and transparently reporting their impacts and making a plan of how to get to a positive overall impact. And these are the kind of green skills that I believe our students need for the future. So finally, I think working together as a community of institutions, sharing best practice and examples along the way, is a great way to do this. None of us know the answers right now, but just by working together, we can help restore our ecosystems and create the resilience that we all need to help us weather climate change. So if you are part of a university, we invite senior management to make a nature positive pledge. We also have, I liked Professor Imad mentioned the top-down and the bottom-up approach. We also believe in this, and we also have a student ambassadors program, so students can sign up to take action on their campus. And often it's students calling for more ambitious action, which is, recognizing that these are the ones living this world we're creating. So yeah, I just welcome you to join us at Nature Positive Universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Emily, for this delightful talk about the nature positive alliance and supporting biodiversity. I believe that this is an open call for all universities to join the nature positive pledge. Moving on to another sustainability pioneer in the UAE, Rita. We have Rashid, who is the Director of Youth and Education. Education is really important to me, and they have set apart a division only for education. Rashid, can you just explain to us what role does you play in promoting public awareness and education on environmental issues in the UAE, and how is the company involved in community outreach and engagement?
Thank you, Humaid, for inviting us to this forum and giving us the opportunity to speak on such an important topic. So speaking about media education, so it's a vertical or a very big vertical
development opportunities for students, for alumni, and for the faculty as well. But also focusing on the corporate side, because it's important to embed environmental education and awareness, whether someone has the background already or whether someone is seeking a career when it comes to environmental education and awareness. Now, what we're trying to do, or our goal when it comes to environmental education and awareness, is to shift the mindset from choice to need, because honestly, we no longer have the luxury to think of environmental education as a choice. We crossed that line years ago. It's now a need that we have to address, starting from this point. You know, such a forum and such big events like COP28 and then events like the World Future Energy Summit, which take place every year in Abu Dhabi, are very important because we're trying to come together as a nation and as the world to actually mitigate or put actions for our actions that we took, let's say 20, 30 years ago, so that we could start seeing the impact and the positive impacts for those for the next 20 and 30 years to come. And that's why environmental education and awareness is very important. What we're trying to do is shift the mindset, as I said, to make it something that is no longer an elective, but it needs to be mandatory at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hind, for giving us a brief on all the initiatives that you are taking to empower our youth towards a more sustainable future.
Well, personally speaking, when I first came to the UAE, the moment I saw the new environment and sustainability came to my mind. So I'm really happy that you are still making even a larger impact.
Moving on to Mr. Antonios. First of all, congratulations on having New York University Abu Dhabi as chair of the university's climate network at COP28. This is really impressive, and we're so glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So my question to you, Mr. Antonios, would be explain to us some of the key challenges and opportunities higher education institutions in the UAE are facing in promoting sustainability and CO2 reduction within the institution, and how can cross-sectoral collaboration be fostered to address these issues?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invite. It's really great to be in Ajman. It's really great to be at Ajman University. It's my first time here in this great campus. It's a really great event today, and I'll try to keep it short because I'm at the end of the day and everybody really is tired and wants to go home. You mentioned the University Climate Network, and I just want to say something very briefly about that, given that this is a very important year, the year of sustainability. COP28 is coming to the UAE at the end of the year, so that was an idea that came from our Vice Chancellor last year, and we started discussing with the Office of the Special Envoy for Climate Change about formulating a university's climate network, an idea actually that started back in COP26, as we saw, for example, with the UK University's Climate Network, and we wanted to establish something similar here in the UAE and bring together universities, and we believe also that the network will start growing over time. It's not something that will only be here only for COP28, but will stay here as a legacy piece as well for following COPs. So the idea is that we bring all the universities together to start showcasing in these big events how the academia of the UAE primarily, collectively, what we all do. And we've seen and we have noticed here today so many great examples of how universities actually are led in this space. So how collectively the UAE academia is working to address the biggest challenges of our time, which is climate crisis. And to that extent, we are very happy that we established the University Climate Network, and this is something that, as I said, we are working with the COP28 team to have a full set of programming for the COP28 in the end of November. Now, going back to your question about some of the challenges and some of the opportunities, especially working on sustainability or in CO2 reduction in the universities, and given, for example, that also NYU Abu Dhabi established the Office of Sustainability a couple of years ago, and I'm the inaugural director and the first ever director here in NYU Abu Dhabi. For us, one of the first challenges that we faced, and we are in the final stages of establishing our own climate action plan, and we showcase our carbon neutrality goal, is that we faced a gap primarily in data. When I say data, not only internally within
against your data and our emissions against your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. And this was really an extensive exercise where we went to, and we partnered with a lot of government agencies in Abu Dhabi to identify that data and be able to have and establish proper metrics within our climate action plan. But also, if I go beyond that, I think also, speaking of those carbon neutrality goals and all those targets that we are all setting as we move forward, I think also there's a gap in the regulatory framework as we speak, because especially in Abu Dhabi, there's an issue right now that we are not allowed, for example, to sell back to the green units, right? If we are to produce renewable energy, we have to consume that renewable energy. And this is something that we really would like to change, and we'd like to see a change in that, because if we are to achieve those carbon neutrality goals, if we are to go towards that journey, we really also have to contribute towards renewable energy, and we would like also, for example, as an Abu Dhabi of the coming years to be able to, not only on-site, but also off-site, to be able to build some PV systems that contribute to that problem, to contribute towards the carbon neutrality goal. So from that perspective, these are some of the high-level challenges we see, that the opportunities are numerous, right? There are so many government initiatives we see that throughout the day. I don't have to speak about the net zero now, the net zero initiatives of the country, the net zero 2050 initiatives, and so on. So to us, there are so many opportunities to work with the government agencies, to work with the private sector, to work with NGOs. We spoke in the previous panel a lot, the other panelists spoke a lot about the internships. I think this is a key tool, especially empowering the youth. We're trying as well a lot, by partnering with the local government agencies, to promote sustainability initiatives across our student population, and this is one of the key opportunities that we see, so that again we can prepare a lot of the leaders of tomorrow. And this is beyond what we do to walk the talk, which is extremely important. I think our focus should be also to prepare our young students, to prepare the young generation, to prepare our students to go out there and contribute to that bigger climate crisis that we're facing.
So, Mr. Antonius, that was really insightful. And what you said about carbon data
difficulties, I think by collaborating with all universities and benefiting from the experiences and benchmarking against each other, we can support each other in overcoming this.
And that the University Climate Network can also contribute to that segment as well. We can all come together.
That is an amazing idea, and I think this would be one of the highlights of COP28.
Moving on to Ms. Obi. Sorry to make you wait all this long, but this is a really interesting panel, and I'm sure that you, as the only industry expert in this panel, you will really identify the gaps between academia and industry in this regard.
Ms. Obi, my question for you is the following. How can youth-led initiatives and movements contribute to the goals of COP28 and promote a more sustainable future?
Thank you, Maya. Happens to be the last speaker. Let's save the best for the last. Yes, the question is in two phases. I think the first phase has been really addressed from each of the panel discussion on how the youth could support the COP, and I think from the research we've had in UAE, there are youth-led initiatives.
I think one of them was just approved a few days back in April 5th. So yes, I see the COP28 trying to see how the youth could be part of the decision making. They also even assign a youth among the decision makers, because I think that initiative must have come into play, because we see that the youths that will come up now from the universities, even if they go into the industries as sustainability engineers, they don't have decision-making strategies at that time. So they still have to get authorization from supervisors who are not sustainable in an understanding, which is more of the cost-benefit analysis over sustainability. So I think having the youth in decision-making, having them understand or develop to have the skills required for decision making. Yes, they could be beginners in the entities, but a level of decision making with a good justification for a change would help with having the youth-led initiatives in industries towards the core itself. And I know globally, there are case studies from Europe, a lot of youth-led initiatives that has really been productive and positive. But one thing I find as a challenge is this phrase they call the greenwashing. I think what happens, I'll give an example. I was in an exhibition and I'm an HSC scientist, not an engineer. Okay. So I was looking forward to a sustainable initiative that I could adopt in my industry. And I went to the stand of a company that I mentioned the name, and I saw sustainable solutions. And I went to approach and tell, what kind of solutions do you have? And I was surprised when he told me, no, that's just for attracting customers. We don't really do anything on it. It was bizarre. I felt really demoralized. We need initiatives. We need solutions that work. I am having my PhD ongoing. We need to go out of research into practical implementation. And we see that the youth that could go further to research works, the youth to understand that it's beyond greenwashing, it's beyond just having a marketing phrase on your label to attract businesses. It goes beyond awareness and discussion. We need the youth to understand, to own up to the fact that a change is needed, a transition is needed, beyond just talking about it. A transition that works towards change of lifestyle. Our youth still have the lifestyle that I think the doctor from Tadra was giving an example of in the past, where you buy a bottle of drink, Mirinda, you have to return the bottle for an incentive. So they do have an experience that was morally responsible of managing, because then they didn't have the luxury that we do have now. Now the youth we have were born into luxury. There's a fast pace of fashion, fast pace of changes and trends, which they struggle to meet up with. So having the youth lead initiatives that are from the heart and not for business initiatives or business advocacy would be a good one from the youth. So we're going to we're hoping that the youth understand beyond the awareness talk as not just a talk, but a reality that needs a change from their in-houses where no one sees them, and bring it out with a skill to give the right decisions and stand for it with the justification that what you're saying is the right thing to be done in entities, towards school, or wherever they find themselves, beyond the lifestyle. The change is required, and we have to take it to heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obi, for really putting out an important topic. Involvement of the youth at a very young age is essential, and I believe that now we are seeing a lot of initiatives and conferences that are led by youth. For example,
We have the L coin coming up, which is managed by the UN, and it's completely managed by the youth. So it's really refreshing to see all these coming to the UAE on the area of sustainability.
Moving on to Mr. Rabia.
Let's talk about the role of the social media and the digital platforms. I would like you to tell me, how can digital and social media platforms be used to mobilize and empower society towards sustainability and CO2 reduction, and what are some best practices for using these platforms effectively?
Shukran. Of course, first of all, we have to adopt a strategy for sustainability, strategy for climate change, and we have to use our social media channels to communicate this strategy, to make sure that This applies to everything, not only sustainability. In order to achieve success, we have to secure the support from the top level. This strategy has to be supported from the top level. In addition, all of these concepts have to be translated into daily routine, daily processes, daily transactions. Stakeholders have to feel that what we are talking about, what strategy, what vision we have is translated on the ground. So they have to see, for example, policies and procedures, practices that support the sustainability. Let me give you some examples when we started working on promoting the sustainability concept across our community. We adopted many policies, such as, for example, sustainable investment policy. We also started giving, for example, the priority to vendors when it comes to procurement. We started looking at the vendors, how do they deal with the environment? So we sometimes select some vendors who are adopting environmental friendly practices and processes, so that this way we have to prove to all stakeholders that we give priority to the environment. We give priority to promoting sustainability. In terms of financing, for example, we started thinking when you promote the culture of sustainability, everybody in each and every single unit will start thinking from this perspective. Now, for example, when getting financial aid for students, people started thinking that this has to be sustainable. It's not just to be done one time. We have to secure sustainable sources to promote to support our students financially. So we started thinking about having endowment funds, for example, so that we maintain a continuing source of funding and financial support to our students. So finally, to promote all of these activities, we have to talk about our achievements, to keep reminding the people about the importance of sustainability, and this is how we can best utilize our social media channels in order to keep communicating with all stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Rabia, for pointing out the importance of sharing what we are doing everywhere in social media, on websites, and I personally agree that social media, especially LinkedIn, is a very powerful tool to connect businesses and universities together towards a common goal and partnering for a more sustainable future.
Moving on to you, Emily. Can you just explain what are some innovative approaches to promoting sustainability that have been successful in engaging and empowering youth? I am sure that the University of Oxford is a pioneer in these things, and we would love to hear your feedback about that.
Sure, thank you. So I would like to share just some examples from our Nature Positive Student Ambassador Program. So we have around 200 students worldwide. This is not just in Oxford, it's globally, I think almost 40 countries represented. And these are students who have signed up to take action on their campuses, whether or not their university has made a high-level pledge. And so we're developing a student toolkit of actions that students can take, and we meet once a month to share actions and tools on different topics. So the topics we've had so far this year have been wildlife recording using apps such as iNaturalist, whereby students go out on their campus and record the species that they see, whether it's plant or animal species, and that can work towards a kind of baseline to demonstrate the progress that universities are making to increase the wildlife on their campuses. Also, ecological restoration of degraded areas, moving towards zero waste. And this it's interesting to move beyond things like litter picks, which students are great at doing and really keen to, but also questioning the rights of companies to sell us single-use plastics, especially on our especially on our campuses, where we can be showcasing refill stations. And I thought it was interesting, Mr. Rabi's point about vendors, and I think we have a great opportunity at universities to specify the vendors and the companies that we engage with to make sure that their sustainability credentials are up to scratch. Another topic is sustainable food. And students have been looking at how the food served on their campuses can be more sustainable. Finally, students then share their experiences with these peers and using social media. And also, it's been really useful for especially students in North America or in Europe to hear firsthand from students who are on the sort of front lines of climate change, experiencing flooding or heat waves. It really brings it to life to have those actual stories from their peers in that experience. And while our program is not youth-led exactly, we're trying to empower students and integrate their perspectives and their activities into the university systems. I'd just like to share one other example from University of British Columbia in Vancouver, who is one of the universities we are working with. There, a cohort of students have just completed an analysis, again focusing on food and looking at the biodiversity impacts of the food served in their canteens. So this group of students on an environment studies course worked closely with us at University of Oxford, but with also their food procurement teams in their university to kind of contribute to their own institution's sustainability, but also learn important skills for the future. So I guess the methodology they used was similar to as we're using carbon accounting. So the first step was to collect the procurement data where it was available on which food was being purchased, to then convert that into environmental impacts using life cycle analysis. Finally, they did another step which turned it into an estimate of the impact on biodiversity. So they could see, for example, meat on their campus had a disproportionate effect on nature, on ecosystems, especially relating to the land use change associated with that meat and the special impacts on deforestation. And so I've seen just a slightly tangential point related to that. I'm seeing youth groups calling for 50% of food that's going to be served at COP28 to be plant-based. And I think this would be a great step where leadership could be shown, recognizing those sort of hidden impacts associated with food, which affects both climate and the ecological crises, especially with deforestation. So I think that would be a great way for UAE to show leadership at this important event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirley. That was really helpful. It's essential to involve students in a lot of activities, and we can definitely learn from your experience. Move on to Professor Humaid. Professor Humaid, now we are focusing a bit on the academic side of sustainability. I know you combine both the academic and the administrative side, since you are managing the office and you also teach. Can you just explain how can universities and educational institutions better incorporate sustainability and climate action into their curriculums and programs?
Thank you very much, Ms. Maya. Actually, it's, as was mentioned today, one of the most important roles of universities is to prepare our students to be the leaders in the future, providing them with the skills that they need, with the hands-on experience. And it was mentioned frankly today that our students are lacking these skills. That's why I think the role of the university is to indeed all these sustainability, we call them knowledge and practices in our curriculum. For example, to do that, as you know, if you don't measure it, you don't know it. To follow up on this in a systematic way, we follow the continuous improvement process, which we teach in industrial engineering. So, and we have what we call engineering methodology, that we need to identify the problem, analyze granumetric and stars and times higher education. All these systems provide us with different perspectives of certain KPIs. And that's why once we measure our KPI, then we, through the sustainability circles, we analyze the gap and find solutions. For example, I will take education. Education, one of the KPIs is to offer more sustainability courses. So before 3 years, our ratio was about 15%. This year, it is about 20%. So we achieved the highest in the scale. And we inshallah, we will develop it further and more. To do that, we have two types of courses. One of them, we call it focused, it means sustainability, pure sustainability, and another one, inclusive. And in this case, we need, again, to improve the awareness. I will give you another example. You know, which college at our university has the highest courses in sustainability? Yes. It was. But now it is Sharia. Yes. Yes. As it was mentioned today, most people think it is environmental, it is engineering. No. We have social, we have economy, we have all disciplines. It is interdisciplinary. It is just a matter of awareness. What we did, we have this circle, we have a leader and a committee. They just have a workshop with, let's say, the deans and the staff and faculty. Explain to them what is sustainability in Sharia. They don't know Sharia. Once they knew sustainability in Arabic, then they managed to match their courses to sustainability, and we call it this inclusive. It is not pure, because we have two types of courses, focused and inclusive. It means you need just to have a project, a task, an assignment on sustainability. And this year, also we introduced in the compulsory courses sustainability. And we have students from Sharia organized a workshop for sustainability, as you can see. So it is just a matter of raising the awareness. That's why another important issue, which is we have to measure our sustainability awareness at the university. That's why in 2018 we conducted through single design projects. This is another method, and we use the students to search and implement sustainability in their projects, graduation projects, to measure, for example, sustainability. We did a survey, we measured sustainability awareness, and then we identified which colleges we have to work with, and we had a plan following DMIAC methodology, Six Sigma, to improve. And frankly speaking, one of the worst colleges in sustainability in 2018, now it is one of the best colleges in sustainability, because we are continuously improving, and this is a non-ending process. We have always to keep. So in addition to this, implementing the sustainability, let's say, concept, we are engaging students into hands-on experience. For example, we have a project which we call it Sustainability Garden, where we have community farming, we have greenhouse, we are composting, planting, we selling food to co-op. So we are closing the loop. We are converting waste to food, and so on. So we have many examples, but the most important thing is we need our students to implement what they learn on sustainability on our university. And we have many programs like eco-representative. Each department should have 2 students, male and female, representing the sustainability, and we have sustainability clubs at the university level, and so on. We have many things to share, but I mean, the most important thing is that we need to measure. And I'm very glad to hear that they are working in a proactive way with the kindergarten level. Because according to studies in Australia's paper, which says that by introducing our sustainability concepts to our children at that phase, they will have that interest. We create the interest in them and the commitment. Then, because one of the challenges that we are facing at the university is the involvement of the students. They come to us, they don't know anything about sustainability, and it would be too late to change their mind. But working in a proactive way, this is in which 10 years. So your results did not reach university yet, but in the future it is promising. Thank you very much. I know it is end of the day, but
Thank you so much, Professor Humaid. That was really insightful, and I particularly like the idea of not only teaching students theory, but moving it also into hands-on experience. So it's really impressive that you have reached this level. A living laboratory, that's really amazing. Ms. Hind, you are definitely preparing to participate in a big way in COP28. So I would like you to really give us a hint about your biggest achievements in preparing the youth for active involvement in COP28.
It was brought up a lot today that there is this gap between academia and then industry, which is something that everyone is talking about. And this is one of the biggest challenges that we try to address with a lot of the programs that we are launching. That's why one of our newly developed programs, which is called the Young Pioneers for Sustainability, is focusing mainly on that aspect, which is preparing the youth for COP28 and beyond. So this is fundamental because, as Mr. Ahmad mentioned, there is a gap when it comes to the knowledge of the students, because unless you are seeking a career in sustainability or you previously studied at the university level, a lot of students don't have that fundamental knowledge. I participated in a panel a few months ago at the university. I won't mention names, but then we were talking about circular economy, and we asked the students if they know the concept and the meaning of circular economy, and nobody was able to answer that question, which is surprising in this day and age, because you would think that everyone knows the fundamental concepts that they need to know, but they didn't, and this is what we're trying to address here. So this program is specifically for high school students, grade 12 students. We are focusing on four main topics, which are circular economy, climate change, the UN SDGs, and then ecological footprint. And we got the expert matters from different industries, the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, the UN participated, so it's a video delivery method, it's all digital, so the students would have to partake this program, watch the entire video, a quiz, pass it fully, and then get a graduation certificate from BIA, and we're also working very closely with the Ministry of Education to mandate it, because we've gone way above and beyond, from the point of saying this needs to be mandatory, it doesn't need to be elective anymore. So because as we keep saying, that unless you studied it, unless you're seeking that career in sustainability, you won't understand the fundamental knowledge. I'm a proud graduate of the University of Georgia. I actually studied environmental health sciences, so unless you have that knowledge, a lot of students would still not understand the concepts. If we need the youth to be prepared for COP28, we need to equip them with the knowledge to understand the fundamental concepts. And this is what this program will be achieving.
This is really amazing. This is really amazing, and I think you are really doing a great job in bridging the gap that the youth needs in education about sustainability and COP28 preparedness. Moving on, Mr. Antonius.
Mr. Antonius, I would like you to
actually the Department of Energy, and we see that there's so much opportunities and so many different ideas where we can really work closely on research projects or research engagement that sometimes don't even necessarily, for example, include any funding, but sometimes we see that there are already aligned objectives and initiatives between what we do and what's actually needed out there, and we just need to make that connection, and this is really something that we strive to improve. Of course, very recently, the university launched a new sponsorship opportunity called the Climate Challenge, where we seek to if I might say, find sponsorship opportunities to fund professorships, to fund new research opportunities on sustainability and climate-related projects. This is another way in which we're trying to attract and boost, if I might say, funding and investment opportunities in research in relation to climate. But also it's important for us, and we're working very closely with the student population and a lot of youth-led activities. And if I might give one example, which is entirely student-led, it's the World Student Energy Summit, which is coming to Nuaimi, Abu Dhabi. It's entirely student-led. It's happening every 2 years in a different city, and now it's coming to Abu Dhabi. It's the biggest and the largest event around the globe on youth in relation to energy. And it's actually happening at the same time with COP. And actually that was another connection that we made back in the day, because I'm sitting in the advisory board of the Student Energy Summit, and now it's going to be also hosted partially at COP and partially also at Abu Dhabi, and it's going to be under the umbrella of the Office of the Special Envoy for Climate. So these are opportunities that we're trying to leverage from, and these are ways in which we are trying, first of all, again, as I mentioned, to bridge the gap between applied research, but also in the needs of the private sector and the government of Abu Dhabi, but also in the federal level, but also how we can work as well with the youth, how we can work with the students, and how we can empower them. This is a critical part. We are working very closely. Just to give you another example, the other day it came to my mind a new idea for something called the Hollywood Climate Summit, which is looking into the whole concept of the climate crisis through the lens of Hollywood, the city, which is from a script perspective, how we can write more movies, how we can go into the whole business of writing more, for example, series and shows, whatever that might be, that have a concept or a flavor around climate. So this is something as well that we are start working with the students. So these are really, I'll stop there, keep talking for hours, but this is just some of the examples of how we can try and how we're trying to work on those two key segments, if I answer your question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonios. You've answered my question and much more. And I would like to say that following the news of the World Student Energy Summit, and I'm impressed to know that it's a youth-led initiative. I thought adults were managing it.
I'm just helping them whenever they need my help. I'm not doing anything. I'm just
there to assist. I have not a thing. I'm just there to facilitate and help them out.
That's really delightful to know. Moving on to Ms. Obi. Ms. Obi, can you tell us why is it important to educate the youth on the principles of circular economy, and how can circular economy approach aid transitions in achieving the sustainable development goals?
Thank you, Maya. Again, that's in 2 phases. All right. I could see even a speaker from VIA, you already have that in your curriculum, so that's very interesting. I know I first bumped into the phrase circular economy when I went through LS MacArthur's Foundation. That was 2 years ago.
And I was thrilled with the concept about having the linear economy change to a circular pattern and having a credit to grave approach in life itself. And they are giving some examples. So I think that the youths could be able to learn a different lifestyle, which they probably weren't used to. A lifestyle that would enable them to understand that having a gadget in your hands has a life cycle approach. There is something, and there's a resource that was used. And if not used wisely, there will be a waste generated with an impact. So they individually will have the carbon footprint in their lifestyle. So I see the circular economy now the UAE has adopted same policy, but having illustrative examples of how they understand that the life, even the cars they use, the items they use could be actually repaired and maintained to have its value over trashing it because you have the fund to replace it. That would enable them to make right decisions. So having such curriculum would aid in decision making and be able to make them better sustainable leaders in the future. So having this initiative addressed also in the core might be focused on the, I think we had just about 5 or 6 approaches in the circular economy approach, but it cuts across consuming. So I've seen in the NDC report, the last that was prepared from the UAE 2022, I think that was in December, they have a challenge with consumption. There was a question that was addressed, that was asked this afternoon, I didn't get a clear answer to that. How do we drive to reduce consumption? This is the simple economics. The more you ask, the more resources will be needed. The more the society keeps striving to get so much and they don't waste back to the earth, there will be a need for extraction. Yes, most of the waste are out there, but not just few percent of them are actually reused into energy or actually brought back into the industries when taken out by the consumers. So we expect the circular economy to be able to drive the understanding of reducing consumption. And that's only going to be society-driven. Trust me, this will not be an industry-driven solution. The society, the individuals, the youth itself, even individuals, adults, families, we have to understand that our consumption has to reduce. What we are wanting from the earth is not what we need. We are wanting more than what the earth can give to us. Yes, we're aiming not to go back to the earth to extract, we're aiming to reuse that which has been extracted and let it circulate and stay in the economy as much as possible. However, that solution is still in the beginning phase. We are still struggling with it. So we need the society help, we need the youth help to reduce the demand on what they need and the waste which is generated. I think that's what circular economy calls around. So having this ideology would help in the youth itself and also with the COP28 and even beyond. Because generally, any adoption of initiatives on climate change or on consumption or the SDG, it's a profitable initiative. It's going to be a win-win situation. But you changing your understanding and mindset and adopting a different approach towards demanding. I'm from the oil and gas industry. This initiatives was back, we already have our net zero commitment for 2032, which is very challenging, but we have understood the need for a change. As an oil and gas entity, we understood that yes, we might be helping with the transition from gas, natural gas as a cleaner gas resource. However, once the demand and population growth increases, the demand from the population, the demand from the society increases, the energy mix we have may not be able to support what the society is and go into another energy crisis, which is not a plan for. So the consumption value of 40%, what strategies do we have out there? It's a big vague, it's not clear enough. Policies is not going to change that. This is individual perception at their homes, at their lifestyle. That's why we're driving. Ask us for less gas, we definitely will extract less. When you ask for more, if we don't give you more, you can't survive it. So it's both ways we have to work together to reduce the demand and hopefully we achieve the transition to a better society. Not net zero 2050, that's too far away, but a society or an environment that looks towards the 1.5 degree 2030. That's closer than 2050 of interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Obi. You really tapped into a very important problem, which is consumption and raising awareness on reusing items instead of just purchasing additional items.
I've read a really interesting concept in this regard about repair hubs. So maybe later on we can explore the concept of forming repair hubs in collaboration with industries and
I'll give you an example. Sorry, I have strategies on maintenance and repair in the Middle East has to be competitive with the market for new items. So there is no market for it. I don't see it. You have very few shops that are advocating for maintenance, advocating for repairs with value. So once we have a way to have a circular economy mindset in the youth, in the industries, they understand that the new areas of opportunities are out there. And dive into it. This is an opportunity. SDG, trust me, is an opportunity for a diverse kind of business strategies that will work for profit if really harnessed properly.
Exactly. I think we have a real opportunity here in promoting the concept of circular economy by really pushing towards the reuse and not purchasing of new items. So it is really delightful
to hear your thoughts about the youth empowerment initiatives towards COP28. We could go on forever. We have many more questions prepared for this panel, but we are going to end it here. But definitely, this would not be the end of our conversation. We would continue it in different panels. I wish to thank every single one of you for joining us, and I'm sure we have raised a lot of insights on many ideas and initiatives, and definitely people would be delighted to join the sustainability circles, the Nature Positive Alliance, the BLED initiatives with the youth, also the university's climate network, and I'm sure Sharjah National Oil Corporation would definitely support a lot of initiatives. As I've seen, we are supporting also the public speaking competition that's going on right now in Dubai.
So thank you very much. Thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maya Haddad, and all participants for your engaging and insightful discussion on youth empowerment. As we come to the end of this event, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of our speakers, panelists, and attendees for their active participation and valuable insights. Your contributions have greatly enriched our understanding of the topics discussed and have sparked meaningful conversations that will undoubtedly continue beyond today.
Thank you, Abdurrahman, as well. And as we move forward, let us take the knowledge and inspiration gained from this event to drive positive change in our respective fields and work collectively towards a more sustainable future. We hope to see you at future events and where we can continue to explore, as Maya said, learn and collaborate on pressing global issues. Thank you, everyone.